Welcome, everybody, to our September 13th work session. Appreciate that you all are here. We'll call this meeting to order. And Nikki, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So first order of business is presentations, and that's the public art recognition for Hammock Impressions in our City Hall gallery. So Nicole will call you forward, and I will turn over to our arts liaison, Vice Mayor, for anything she might have to say when the presentation is completed.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Nicole Delfino, Assistant to the City Manager and Liaison to the Arts and Culture Committee. This morning I'm just going to introduce Jackie Nigro, Chair of the Arts and Culture Committee, and Elizabeth Brinklow, our art consultant, and Mary Childs, who helps with curation of the gallery. And if you all want to go ahead, we'll do the presentation.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, and staff, good morning. The committee and I are continually pleased to have Elizabeth Brinklow and Mary Childs as curators for the City Hall Chamber Gallery. They are here today to introduce you to the artist for his recognition. But I also have a little tidbit which I just found out. Mary and Elizabeth are nominated for Best of the Bay Award for Best Visual Arts Curators.
Yeah.
So, over to Mary.
Thank you, Jackie. Over these past few years, we have been pleased to exhibit work by artists who reside in Dunedin and throughout Pinellas County. With thanks to Hammock Park, the Dunedin Fine Arts Center, and teaching artist Nathan Beard, we were pleased to curate the current exhibit, Hammock Impressions. You'll see all these beautiful pieces around you. Hammock Impressions was recently nominated for Creative Loafing's Best of the Bay's Best Visual Arts Non-Museum Show Award as well.
Wow, there it goes.
Great. And Elizabeth.
Hammock Impressions will be the last show in the current City Hall. The show will close January 3rd. Thanks to the artists for extending that opportunity to us. Thank you to the 13 artists, many of whom are with us today. We're so pleased to show your work. We're excited to open the new City Hall gallery, Chamber Gallery, with an exhibition of work by Gulfport artist Ray Domingo. The themes of Ray's work ties in perfectly with the architectural theme of the building, of the new building. You'll hear more about this show later. Nathan?
Thank you. It's good to see you all again. Before I get into thanking you, I'd like to thank all of these artists and maybe give them a round of applause. So, as the title of the show implies, we go to Hammock Park and draw inspiration from Hammock Park and then take our photos to the Dunedin Fine Arts Center, where I teach and also serve as assistant curator with Catherine Bergman, whom you all know well. The class, of course, is about landscape and the waterscape, but it's very much about overcoming any kind of personal fears. And so this class is a little bit bigger for people, and for me as a teacher too, having to walk the walk, so they say. But thank you again for the opportunity to showcase the many talented artists in Dunedin and surrounding areas, and also for your partnership with the Dunedin Fine Arts Center. We're always so grateful for everything you do for us, so thank you.
We'd love for your responses to the artwork, if you would.
Vice Mayor?
It's beautiful, and I suppose what you were saying is when you look at the landscapes and the hammock, you're also talking about the effects of the change in climate, how things change. Is that what you were referring to?
I think that's part of what happens when we're in the park and observing things. It's a very public space, and there's a lot of people walking through there, different kinds of people. So it's not. We remove the context, as it were, and focus on the beauty of the specific shoreline scene. Of course, what you don't see is the human effect. So, but that is part of the experience. Yeah.
Well, they're very beautiful. Do you want to introduce the artists? I mean, they're really
sure.
gorgeous.
Yeah, not everyone made it today, but we're happy. We have Sue Hand,
Hi, Sue.
Diane Clement,
Hello.
Jillian Graffi, Marion Wazalewski,
Mm-hmm.
Marilyn Washaleski.
Hey, I'm a Bajolski. I'm a Bajolski with a Shebashevsky in my family, so I totally get it.
I'm spelling it in my mind. No, it's not.
Bransky.
Colleen Baxter and
Diane Radel.
Diane Radel. Thank you. So 6 of 13.
Very good.
But it is really gorgeous work, and thank you so much for working with us and providing this beautiful artwork for all to see in the chamber. And I know we'll have a lot to look forward to next year with your installations. So thank you, ladies. Thank you for your beautiful work. And thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Elizabeth. And thank you, Jackie.
Jeff, did you have any comments?
Thank you for choosing the gem of Hammock Park and the ability to capture the beauty that's in the park at one moment in time by one particular person. And I just think that's evidence of the number of people who go to that park and not only capture this same beauty, but also the millions of other points of beauty within that park and why it really is the gem of the city. The paintings are absolutely gorgeous and calming, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity to have them in the chamber.
So obviously art is priceless, and what it gives to our society is priceless. But, you know, Jeff used the key word, calming. So when you look at all these pictures and you think of having to deal with these people up here, you know, it's calming. So whenever we've got a hot issue, and everybody up here knows I say this all the time, I find one of those pictures and just lock in and just get lost in it. And it really is. I mean, of course, I'm listening. As they go on and on, I'm listening. But it really is. It's a great, I mean, when I look over here and then I look, nothing against any of the mayors, but you look over here and you have all the so it's a really valuable thing you do, and it's really exciting to think about moving that to our new city hall. But it's such a great service, but you can never say enough about what it does for our society and what a role you guys play by keeping it alive. Thank you.
In that same vein of concept, I see such a great group of friendly faces up there. That's just fantastic. Just last night, I was talking to some folks that are not from Dunedin. I was talking about our involvement in the arts and about our Arts Center and about the individuals that are involved here in Dunedin. And they already knew all of that. And they were saying, how did all of that happen? And I said, wow, that goes back to a lot of history and a lot of involvement by folks like you. Now, of course, you will never see my picture up there, but, well, that's for obvious reasons. You have to have some talent. You guys. So thank you. It's beautiful.
Well, I think, I also want to say that I'm very proud of Vice Mayor Kynes for her dedication and staunch support of the arts over the years. And of course, this was something that I think she wanted to see for a long time. And worked hard with Elizabeth and others. So, you know, thank you for your efforts in bringing us the calming effect. Depending on where you sit here, my beeline goes right to the tree that's sticking out sideways. That's what I always see, you know, and so that's where my visual goes. I really need the waterscape right there, but I see that tree and it's beautiful. Thank you.
You don't look at it when I'm talking though, right? I mean,
Yeah, especially the bent over tree,
You got to pick your own art up here?
pretty much.
Mayor, I just want to thank the artists for keeping the commission calm during city commission. Right.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you all so very much. Oh, sure, we can do that.
We
Let's
have,
do it.
Yeah, Antonella's in the back there. Yeah.
okay, they're gonna.
Yeah, we can just stand right here, right?
Yes.
Oh, very good, thanks, Sean. You gotta come into. Look like you like it.
Still agile.
Commissioner Freddie, can you move a little bit more to the side? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations.
Thank you so
I
much.
know, see, that's my problem in general, Jen.
And then I see you.
Nathan, good job on remembering his name.
Yeah, that was impressive.
So, I had to tell you guys that I was directing John on where to stand for the picture. Got so caught up in him, and then I'm the one
Yeah,
that got
got
so
called out.
I said, that's my problem in general, I try to direct John too much.
No, it pretty much applies to all of us.
All bossing each other around.
That's
Yeah.
true. Right, that's true. Okay, we'll move on next to citizen input. Anyone wishing to have anything that they'd like to speak about, that a topic that's not already on the agenda. If it's on the agenda, we'll allow you to speak at that time. Okay, seeing and hearing none, we'll come to the consent agenda, which is the approval of the minutes of 7/26, board and committee appointments to the Board of Finance, the First Amendment for a 4-year extension of interlocal agreement with Forward Pinellas, the Emergency Medical Service ALS First Responder Agreement, and the EMS Training School Internship Agreement. Are there any items to be pulled?
Number 2E, please.
The last two, please.
The last two. Okay, so, anybody else?
Nope.
Okay, so the Emergency Medical Services First Responder Agreement and the EMS Training Internship Agreement, we will pull those. Can I have a motion to approve all others?
So move. Second.
Okay, Commissioner Franny and Vice Mayor Kynes. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And then we'll go to the Emergency Medical Services ALS First Responder Agreement. I think was that you, Commissioner Torga, that wanted that? Or did you just have a question on it, or?
Yeah, actually, what I would, if I may, then, what I'd like to do is I would just like for the residents to hear just the overview of that and what that brings, gives to us.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Jeff Parks, Fire Chief. Basically, this is very much similar contract as we currently have with the county to provide advanced life support services to the citizens of the city. And to do that, we've added, as you all know, and as the citizens, some probably know, we've been after a Rescue 60, our transport unit, for several years, and we finally made the numbers. So this new agreement allows for that to happen. So sometime in February, hopefully, if we get the rescue unit at that point, we get the personnel hired, we'll be able to put Rescue 60 into service. So we're excited about that. The other objects or other new enhancements to this allows if they go to what they call condition 3M. So during COVID, the ambulance company wasn't able to continue to keep up with the call volume. So they enlisted the use of the transport units that the fire departments had, and they called it a condition 3M, which allowed us to do that transport without contacting medical control at the county to get the approval to do that. So they've adopted that 3M process now into the new contract. So anytime that they meet that standard, the county can go to 3M. We can transport, and the county will reimburse us $100 per transport for the vehicle for the services that we're providing. It also entails a new rehab unit that the county is purchasing. The county went out and asked for any fire departments. They were looking for a driver and a place to store a vehicle that would basically have restrooms, cooling systems. It's a state-of-the-art vehicle. It's a fifth-wheel trailer, actually, with a pickup truck that will pull it. And we volunteered to do that after no one else came up from the county to do that for us. So they're going to do October 1st. They'll be ordering this vehicle, and we're planning on keeping it at Station 62 to staff. All we need to do is provide a driver, and we would run anywhere in the county with that unit, drop it off, and then go back and pick it up after the event. So it's kind of state of the art. We step forward, and I'm very proud of that for our department because we'll be showcased throughout the county with that. So that entails that into this contract as well. Basically, everything else stayed the same. We still are allowed the two, we will now have 2 ALS engines, Station 62 and Station 61. Engine 60 that we used to have as an ALS unit will now be a contractor-funded ALS unit, where we had Rescue 60 will now be the county-funded unit for that station. So I think that was hopefully a brief overview for you.
Excellent, thank you.
Any questions?
No, that was it.
Yeah, so the new big vehicle is 62, the Belcher, right? The Belcher
Yes,
station, so
uh-huh.
behind there.
Yes.
Just want to commend you. I think sometimes everybody goes with their hands out to the county, but sometimes they don't volunteer to do stuff to help with something that's obviously a good program. So I think it's great. You stepped up, Chief.
Thank you.
Good job, Chief.
Any questions?
No questions.
Comments? You can do that too.
Oh, I can do that? Then we'll go back to questions. Just want to make sure that under this contract, what happens when this contract expires? What happens to the vehicle?
I believe this one with the vehicle, we basically own you mean the county vehicle, the
Yes.
rescue? We own that vehicle, so what's going to be to favor us to us is 5 to 7 years the county replaces these transport units. So this will give us a reserve unit at that point, and we'll buy a brand new unit. So the county basically does a hands off. Once they buy it, or once we're actually buying it, we give them the bill and then they pay us back for it. But they want hands off. They don't want anything to do with the vehicles at the end. So.
Okay, so with this contract then, that we're purchasing the vehicle and they reimburse us.
Correct.
Then when this vehicle expires, extends its useful life, that same thing happens again. So this still is not a burden on our fund.
Right. That's
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing or hearing none, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Torga and Vice Mayor Kynes. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Chief.
You want me for the other?
Yep.
He needs to stay put, so.
Then we have the EMS Training School internship agreement. I believe Commissioner Franey, you were,
Yeah.
did you just have a question, or?
Chief, I just wanted to understand this because St. Pete College does this, right? I mean, as well. So, so who is this group, and are they kind of given their seal of approval countywide, and
Right.
I just
yes.
kind of want to make sure I understand who they are.
Yes, and we still currently, we have a contract we're reviewing with St. Pete College right now because it's expired, but we'll have that for you in a future meeting coming up. What this is basically an offshoot of the contractor that runs Sunstar Ambulance. They saw the need for paramedics at Sunstar, and they couldn't get as many people into St. Pete College as they needed to, so they developed their own college. It's basically a private sponsorship through that company, but they've opened it up to outside agencies to come in. So we were fortunate enough, one of the students who's also a firefighter was going to that applied, so we now have him as an employee of the city. He's also in the paramedic program. So we looked at it the same way we looked at St. Pete College and said, okay, can we get him to get ride time with our preceptors instead of some other department, and that's what this contract will allow us to do. It also will allow us to bring other students that they have to ride on the units, and that's good for us in a way because then we get other people that come in and get acclimated to our department. They can see what we're doing, and hopefully they may want to come and apply here as well in the future. So, yes, basically we actually took with Nikki's help here. We took the agreement that we had from St. Pete College and we adopted it through their system.
That's great. Great answer. Again, I'll give you kudos. I think that when you step up and you're a team player, you get some good things happening. So I like the philosophy.
I can also mention they're based in Palm Harbor too. So
Yeah, I saw that. That's great. So thank you, Chief.
Any other questions?
Mayor, if I may, just to acknowledge with St. Pete College, where is that campus?
I believe they're teaching everything paramedic now at the All-State campus down in St. Pete.
Okay, and so this school is, so it's almost like we split the county now, that we have something North County, and I'm not trying to cause a divide, I'm just trying to acknowledge that we're expanding those educational opportunities, and they're starting to get closer to home for us.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing or hearing none, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved. Second.
Okay, Commissioner Franny and Commissioner Tonga, thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move to the action items. Resolution 22-9, establishing the grant program for nonprofits using Arpa funds. Nikki, can you read that by title only?
Resolution 2219, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Dunedin, Florida, establishing the grant program for nonprofit organizations using coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery fund program funds pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, providing for terms, conditions, policies, and procedures, and providing for an effective date. This has been reading of Resolution 2219 by title only.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Vice Mayor Kynes and Commissioner Franny, thank you. Okay, Les?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Les Tyler, the Finance Director. This item is Resolution 22-19 and for the establishment of our grant program for nonprofits through the American Rescue Plan Act funding. Some brief background. On February 8th, the commission meeting, staff presented to commission a list of proposed projects that we would use for the Arpa funding. One of those projects was to provide up to $550,000 to nonprofits, local nonprofits in the Arpa program. Then on April 5th, the commission meeting, staff presented to commission an Arpa nonprofit grant update, which included general requirements and the timeline of the grant, and covered the key requirements and guidelines in the grant, which include a grant request may be up to $25,000 and no more than that, or up to 10% of the organization's 2019 pre-pandemic total operating budget, whichever's less. Total funds allocated will be no more than $550,000. Staff would prepare the grant application working with Widow O'Brien's, our consultant on the ARPA funds, and we would post that in early May, and then each nonprofit would be issued a beneficiary agreement between the nonprofit agency and the city. And then on July 26th, Commission Workshop, as part of the GM update, staff presented another update on this program along with the proposed awards for each nonprofit. And kind of where we're at now, staff has the beneficiary agreements in final form, working with our consultant and our city attorney, and we're ready to begin sending them out to the nonprofits for their review and signature. And then once the agreements are completed and executed, we will begin making payments to each of the nonprofits. And staff is recommending approval of this resolution. Thank you.
You all have talked about this one a lot. That was a very thorough presentation, Les. Thank you for that. I'll just let you know, we made the recommendation that this is sort of the bow that gets put on all that hard work and gives you the necessary findings to find that within the city of Dunedin, your nonprofit organizations have been affected by COVID-19. And so because the federal regulations specify that those findings be made, we recommended that be done in a resolution that's consistent with how several other communities have established their programs. And so we attempted to do that simply, so it's not creating any new work for you all. It's actually memorializing a lot of the good work that's already gone into establishing this program. So I just wanted to, so this is kind of the thing that takes it over the finish line and solidifies, for the most important, if you look at the findings, several are that, essentially that after multiple public meetings and public discussions, you have determined that nonprofits within the city did encounter negative economic impacts due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, and that therefore using a portion of your awarded Arpa SLFRF funds would be appropriate under the final rule that was issued in April of this year. And I'm happy to, answer any other questions in that, but I offer that as the, to let you know how, what the purpose of this resolution is before you.
No, Jorge, behind them,
Yeah.
our people.
Is that right? That's right.
Go out. You can talk, just go out there.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay. Any questions on this resolution from anybody? Seems pretty cut and dry.
I don't have a question, but I did want to thank you, Les, for your response to my question last time about the religious institutions. That was great, very clear, so thank you for that.
Okay.
And then I'll also say thank you very much for making this a program that is well-defined and now well-organized. Thank you.
All right, anybody from the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing or hearing none. How long do we think it'll take before they start getting their checks?
I would think we'll get, the agreements will start going out later this week, so I think that within a couple of weeks, we'll have, starting those having to come back executed, and we'll, once we get them back, we'll be.
So before the end of the year,
Oh, yeah.
basically what we're,
Should be able to, yeah.
okay. All right, great. Any final comments, Vice Mayor?
Just that, I do appreciate your work, Les, and I also appreciate that we have Widow Bryan, because the Widow Bryan really double checks that we're doing everything within the context of this ARP SLRC ARPA grant. So thank you very much. And congratulations to our not-for-profits. They are very important to our community, and I think it's just and meet that they receive these funds because they were impacted by the effects of COVID.
Anything from you over here?
No, I think it's a great program, well outlined, and actually, Nikki, appreciate your comments today as well. No, I'm glad. It's good to try to help some of the elements of our community that do a lot, and they were impacted, so.
Commissioner Twanga, anything?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Gao,
Aye.
Commissioner Twarnga,
Aye.
Commissioner Fraley,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kynes. Aye. And Mayor Bujoski.
Aye, and that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then we'll do the approval of the financial commitment letter to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation for proposed affordable housing project. I'll turn that over to you, Bob. Did you have anything opening, Jennifer, that you needed?
No, I didn't, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, Bob Ironsmith, Economic Development Director. I closed that one down. Anyway, here to talk to you about affordable housing, obviously a very sensitive item within the city, a lot of interest as there is in Tampa Bay and nationally. And what we've been doing is looking at opportunities to see how we can do a successful affordable housing initiative. We've gone ahead and are now working with Archways, which is Dave here to my right. And we got Paul. Paul, you can sit right over there if you like. They're a very successful affordable housing developer. They work with Pinellas County Community Development quite a bit. They currently have a property under contract on State Road 580 off of Carnation Drive. Oh, the bottom one. Thank you. So we're looking to see how we go forward with it. It's a very competitive process to go forward with the state. We want to go after what's called 9% tax credits. And they're here to go ahead and give a little background on archways. And then we're going to talk, I'm sorry, I wish we had this a little bit better. But anyway, they're going to go through a PowerPoint, talk a little bit about archways so you get familiar with them as a development company. And then from there, we're going to go ahead and talk about the letter of commitment. This is a $610,000 letter of commitment from the city to support affordable housing, to go through a state program that is extremely competitive. They only pick one in Pinellas County. We think we got a pretty good chance at it, and we're also been working very diligently with Pinellas County also, with the city manager, with the county administrator, Mr. Burton. We've certainly raised awareness that there hasn't been a lot of affordable housing projects in just North Pinellas in general, and certainly Dunedin would like to be a part of that. So at this point in time, let me go ahead and turn it over to Dave, who's going to go ahead and give you a little presentation so you can understand a little bit about archways. Dave, why don't you sit here, or Paul?
I'm going to do the slideshow.
Yeah, I'm just going to. Sure, you're fine.
Thank you very much for having us this morning.
Welcome.
I'm Dave Hayes. Up with me is Paul Noodleman. We're part of the Archway Partners development team. Archway was founded by Brett Green. We are affordable and workforce housing specialists. We've developed over 1,500 units throughout the state of Florida, and we really specialize in public and private partnerships. We have close relationships with state, local, and federal agencies. Florida Housing Finance Corporation is our primary funding source for affordable housing developments. We also have a partnership with the Clearwater Housing Authority, Tampa Housing Authority, St. Petersburg Housing Authority, and the Pinellas County Housing Authority. So pretty much all the local housing authorities in the area we have them covered, as well as HUD. And then we have experience with all public financing programs, 9% tax credits, 4% tax credits and tax-exempt bonds, project-based Section 8 vouchers, home funds, sale, as well as CDBG DR. Some of our current developments, here's a map, and I'll go through just a few of them. Springfield Crossings in Panama City, it's a 60-unit new construction, family demographic. Total development cost $13.5 million. It was financed with 4% tax credits, tax-exempt bonds, and home funds. That was started in July of 2020 and completed in October of last year. There's a few photos from our grand opening event. Arborside Preserve in Stark, Florida. It's 120 units, new construction, family demographic as well. Total development cost $23 million, financed with 9% tax credits, CDBG disaster recovery funds, as well as a 538 rural development loan. Construction started in March of last year and was completed earlier this year in April. San Marcos Heights in St. Augustine, 132 units, new construction, family demographic, total development cost $33.4 million. That was financed with 4% tax credits, tax-exempt bonds, and CDBG DR funds, and that was completed just this year in August. Monroe Place, this is an 80-unit new construction senior demographic, so it's in a 4-story mid-rise product. Total development cost just over $21 million, financed with 9% tax credits and Seminole County SHIP funds. That was started in March of this year and will be completed in April of next year. And then a local development that we're working on here in Pinellas County that we should start construction in November of this year. It's 96 units located just north of the Largo Mall off of the intersection of Ulmerton Road and Seminole Boulevard. That's financed with 4% tax credits, tax-exempt bonds, penny for Pinellas, as well as local SHIP and CDBG funds. We also successfully received 45 project-based Section 8 vouchers from the St. Petersburg Housing Authority. And again, construction is anticipated to start in November of this year and take about 15 months to complete. Just so you get a sample of some of the deals that we've done and that we're also currently working on. As far as the development team, we really tried to assemble a best-in-class development team. So VHB serves as our civil engineer. Nelson Mullins handles our legal, obviously would hopefully partner with the city of Dunedin. We're working on this site with the Pinellas County Housing Authority, who has allocated project-based vouchers to the development. Hennessy Construction is our local GC. They're based down in St. Petersburg. SPM is a third-party property management company that will be on site in the buildings. E3 Building Sciences provides the green building certification, and Fisher Copenhaver will be our architect. The development concept, it's going to be 3-story garden-style buildings, 63 units in total, which is the max density for this site. We actually are taking advantage of the 50% affordable housing density bonus for the site. It'll comprise of 36 one-bedroom, one-bathroom units, and 27 two-bedroom, two-bathroom units. The units will range in size from 615 to 930 square feet, and it will serve residents between 30 and 80% of the area median income. So 100% of this development is affordable housing. 1.5 parking spaces per unit, plus additional spaces reserved for visitors and guests, open floor plans, and then, as mentioned previously, we will receive a green building certification for the development. Some of the amenities we will include: it will have an on-site clubhouse and community room, a tech lab and co-working space, an on-site fitness center, children's game room. All the buildings will be secure with fob access, and we will have an on-site leasing and management office. This is an aerial of the site. It's located just west of Keene Road on the north side of Main Street, so it's back behind the Lucan's Liquor and Family Dollar, if you're familiar with that area. Some sample designs. Again, nothing set in stone. We want to work with your planning and zoning department to design a building that the community is proud of, but just some samples that we wanted to put together. Our financing plan and the reason that we're here today. So our primary funding source for this development is going to be 9% tax credits. Applications are due to the state, which is Florida Housing Finance Corporation, late December of this year. In order to submit an application which would get prioritized, we need a local government contribution of $610,000, and that's going to be in the form of a grant or loan. Another financing strategy that we can pursue is 4% tax credits and tax-exempt bonds. That is oftentimes used in conjunction with sale ELI funds through the state. Applications for that are due in December as well. Penny for Pinellas is also a local funding source that we would certainly go after. And then the Pinellas County Housing Authority, as I mentioned, has allocated project-based vouchers to the development. The flats on Main Street are site plan. So access is off of Carnation Drive. It's 4 buildings in total, 3 residential buildings plus a 2,500 square foot clubhouse. 36 units is in the north building. The south building is 24 units, and then there's 3-unit building just to the west of it. We'll take one of the units offline to serve as storage or a management office. That is our presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Did you have any follow-up, Bob, that you wanted to say?
No, just a couple of things. Obviously, Dave covered it very comprehensively. We are excited. Again, it is a competitive process with the lottery system with the state. So I just want to make sure that I continue to emphasize that. So we've got a very good developer. I think we've had good relations with the county. So we're very optimistic that we can make this work. And we think this is really a needed affordable housing. The other thing I want to stress, and Dave showed it, this is at 30 to 80% of average median income. So this is definitely an affordable type project. So we're excited about it. I want to bring it to you. So I'd be happy to answer any questions too that you might have.
Okay, we'll start at this end. Commissioner Tonga?
Yes, an overview and then some detailed questions.
Sure.
The overview is that we're funding this I believe it was 620 that was in the documents that I saw, with monies from the Arpa fund. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that we will not be noticed until the end of next year regarding whether this is going to be a go or no go.
Correct.
So how does that affect our ARPA monies?
Well,
I would assume that would just be an interchange within the finance director could probably answer that, but sure. We would just change that around and it's just coming from there for now.
Correct, and certainly city manager can comment a little bit, but this would be earmarked, but it's just a commitment, isn't actually funded. If it doesn't occur, then yes, that money is still available for ARPA. I guess that could get somehow repositioned, or maybe even another affordable housing initiative if we were to come up with one.
I just wanted to make that comment because in case someone else asks that question.
Certainly.
So the detail of this, would you mind explaining, because someone else can do this much better than what I can, to the public, when you say 30 to 80%?
What the rent is?
It's good if you just go slow, and then we can reference it.
Certainly, actually, I'm probably going to turn to Dave a little bit, but I think what you're asking, commissioners, what would actually the rent be
Correct.
at these different levels? And
exactly.
I think Dave can. He's got a chart there.
So this is full affordable housing.
Oh, yes, very much so, and on the lower end too. I think it's important. This is not workforce. This is very much affordable. So, I don't know, Dave,
correct.
family
So-
two or two or four, whatever you got.
Sure. So 100% of the development is affordable. It's going to cater to your local working community, so teachers, firefighters, police officers, restaurant managers, servers. So there's definitely a huge need for it. Rents, to answer your question, on one bedrooms will range from $388 a month to $1,150, and two bedrooms will range from $460 a month to just under $1,400.
Well, that depends on the individual's
It depends on the individual's income.
income proven by them as they apply. And then what happens as their income changes?
We have a variety of different set-asides in the building, so there's 30%, 60%, and 80% area median income. So as their income increases, we can just move them to different units, so they'll still be able to stay in the building.
And so when a person's at the 80% level, would you explain 80% of what for anyone that's listening?
Area median income.
So can you have the detail of that for us, Bob, here?
I don't have that, maybe Dave, you have the rent that would be for like, say,
What is it, 60?
We can look that up while we're up here.
okay, we can get that to you.
Okay.
Certainly.
Not for me, but for other folks.
For the public,
Yeah,
certainly.
Anybody's listening to that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I apologize, your question?
Well, we were talking about.
On the AMIs, what that would be, we're looking that up right now.
Oh, okay.
Give us just a second, we'll have to come back.
I think that actually just the overview is if the AMI is 45,000, it would be 30 to 80% of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Correct.
That gives
It
us-
is about 45.
Right.
so that's about what it is here?
Plus or minus, yes.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, just a frame of reference, a one-bedroom now in an apartment project here close is $1,900 a month for one bedroom. So you can see the huge differential with the affordability here.
Well, absolutely.
Just an example.
Absolutely.
And two bedrooms running anywhere from 25 to 2,800.
And so then what happens when someone gets above that level, above the 80%?
If they're above that, they no longer qualify for the affordable housing unit.
And so they're living there now, maybe they move twice inside of the unit, now what happens?
They would no longer qualify for the unit.
They would need to move.
They would need to move.
Thank you, I just wanted to hear you say.
Yes, they would, yeah.
We're gone. So we have a number of people, I'm sure, that would like to live in a facility like this. We have limited availability for what we call dirt to be able to build something like that. I know David's been behind you has been working hard on trying to get us properties and get us advantages for something like this. If there's only one that goes into the county, okay, you guys said that you were pretty positive that this would flow. That's against even what the county may wish to do, I would assume, and/or any of the other 24 municipalities that we have.
Well, we're going to
That
compete.
would be applying.
Yeah, we're going to compete. Obviously, we've competed before, Clearwater, St. Pete, Largo, but, there could be several in there. There's no way to know. And then there's a lottery system as to who gets chosen, so.
You said you thought we would be very, very good at this, or in a.
We're optimistic.
Why would that be?
There's typically 3 to 5 applications that get the 610,000 in Pinellas County every year. This year, I think it's looking closer to only 3 applications will have it. Pinellas County, Dunedin, and Clearwater.
That's good.
That's.
Pretty good odds in our business.
That's new information. for me.
We're hoping it's our turn.
Okay.
We are too.
There's the potential for St. Pete, but we're not sure yet.
Okay. Let me go ahead and let somebody else ask some questions, and I may come back to just a few things, just as very minor details.
Okay.
So people understand.
Commissioner, anything?
No, I mean, you were good. You were good. I mean, because that was a lot of my stuff, was the workforce housing perspective, the AMI, making sure we're understanding it. But I mean, it all sounds good. I'm assuming that when they hit the 80%, like there's not a notice the very next day for them to get out.
No. The lease is
There's
the one.
probably an annual process or something like that
Correct.
they go by. No, that's great. I mean, John covered a lot of my stuff. I don't have anything additional right now.
Any questions?
No, I think he covered it very well.
Well done, John.
Questions?
Yes, ma'am. One, I'm very excited about this project. If I get a side job, I might be able to afford one of these. Very, very nice. No, I noticed in some of your presentations on some of the other projects, some of them were acknowledged transit-oriented development, and some of them didn't. So, and I noticed that this one does not. So what does transit-oriented development mean?
It was a specific RFA for that funding application that we went after, and so they prioritized the site that was located closer to transportation.
Okay.
Because this site's fantastic for transportation, it's close to what they call essential services, so public schools, grocery stores, pharmacies, bus stops. But because of the $610,000, the way that the program works with the state, it technically doesn't matter. So our application won't get prioritized higher or lower versus another application that isn't transit-oriented.
Okay, all right. And just looking at the site plan here, would you happen to know the percentage of living space in total versus the percentage of asphalt for parking?
Parking, we don't have those dimensions.
No, you're talking the percentage of the lot that's covered by the building footprint?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how much of that is asphalt, whether that's square footage or percentage.
We just have it off the buildings, which is 17% of the site. I don't know the asphalt
And
calculation.
our asphalt is as little as we can. It's the minimum for the parking requirement. So if you want to reduce the parking requirement, we're glad to do less asphalt.
Yeah. I think the other thing you mentioned too, you're looking at green building, aren't you?
Yes.
We have to, yes.
Which is pretty good.
And I like that, but I would be willing to give up asphalt for more living space. But,
It would help us tremendously because it is challenging to fit on the site with the grand oaks that are on the site as well. So that is a possibility. It'd be very welcomed.
Okay, well, but unfortunately, we're still a very car-centric society. So if we're going to take away parking spaces, we need to give them all alternatives, and that's hard to do right now. You mentioned garden style. What is garden style?
Typically 3 to 4 stories in their walk-up units. So if you do an elderly development, anything above 1 story has to include an elevator. This is a family demographic, so it's people of all ages, and it'll be walk-up. So there's an interior stair corridor.
Okay. All right. That was it. Thank you. Oh, one more. I'm sorry.
Okay.
If I know it's a lottery system, and I get it, but is this just a matter of submitting the application and then waiting, or is there something that the commission can do? Is there lobbying that we can do?
Yeah, not at this level, actually frowned upon with the state. So if the 9% does not occur with the lottery, and we look to go at the 4%, which is an open year-round type application, and we're looking for a lot of Pinellas County support, that would be at the point in time that we could use assistance. Dave, unless you have a different thought.
No, that's exactly right.
So when we go for 4%, yeah, we can use all the help we can get
All right.
with the county. And we, Jennifer and I started a little bit of that with the county administrator, make them aware.
Because we've had too many failures with this, so it would be great to get a win, so whatever it takes.
I agree. We've been to the well a few times, absolutely. Yes.
So my question is, and thank you for everything. Bob, I know you've been going back and forth for a couple of years on this, so thank you for your efforts. My question is let's say we pass the lottery and we can move forward with the project. Can we give first choice to Dunedin employees?
It's actually against fair housing laws. We've been asked many times to other municipalities, and we looked into that. But because of fair housing, unfortunately, it's not allowed.
In any way?
Yeah. We would love
There's not some other way that we could then do that.
You'll be the first to know when the deal's going to be completed, so of course we can send leasing information to your employees.
Yeah.
Our property management company can certainly reach out to.
I mean, we get asked that question a lot.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've been told exactly how you responded many, many times.
Yeah.
So I am aware of it.
We have to follow the law, but we were glad to market to.
But, we're trying to help our home people versus bringing more new people in.
Fair enough.
We're trying to get them closer to where they work. Okay. And then again, the other piece of it, you remember when we were looking at this property and we were going to build something, the neighborhood behind and around was very concerned about the height of the buildings and looking in their backyard and the distance between the buildings and them. So I just want to bring that back forward because, again, if we do move forward to that step, it's going to be a thing. Be prepared for it. Do your designs, do your width or your
Yeah, we'll have, understood, Mayor. We'll have a lot of public
and I would
meetings.
go above and beyond what the code requires because they were not happy the last time we went down this route.
Yeah, we'll definitely have public neighborhood meetings,
Yeah.
certainly understand.
Okay.
Architecture, height, mass, scale, sure.
All right, one step at a time, though.
John, you have more questions, I think?
Oh. You have more questions, John?
Some of them were answered. I wanted to come back to the actual user, and then I wanted to come back to the financing of this, just really quick.
Okay.
Because we get asked this a lot. So let me do the financing first, okay? We talk about 4% and 9%. So somebody says, well, what does this mean? How are we doing this? So we are giving $600,000, okay? We're giving that much money, okay? You guys are gonna build this, okay? Somebody gets an advantage and it's, can you continue my sentence for me?
Oh, yes.
Sure. So the state issues the tax credits. They're either 9% or 4% tax credits. 9%, they have, for lack of a better term, more bang for their buck as opposed to 4%. You'll have a funding gap where you need sale money, you need penny for Pinellas money. 9% typically can fund themselves. We sell those tax credits to an investor who pays us the money up front. So the tax credits are, without getting too complicated, are based off of the total cost of the development, and it's 4% or 9% per year for 10 years.
So a buyer at the 9% will use it to offset some capital gains or other tax advantage aspects. Sure.
It's basically the depreciation of the asset. We're able to sell that through this program to create to create affordable housing.
And this has been, and just so everyone knows, this has been around for a long time, but we get asked that question, and so that explains it. And that explains going after the 9% as opposed to the 4%. The 9% is much more advantageous.
Yeah, if we get the 9%, it's less bridge or gap money that needs to come to the table. If it's at the 4%, then we're going to the county pretty strong, asking for additional assistance to bridge the project.
So that was on the financing. And the other question that I had was, just so people are aware of this, we like to think of this concept of attainable housing or somebody being able to just to find a place to live, and that's what something like this is dedicated to. But I just want to make sure everybody's aware of the fact that if somebody comes into this, that doesn't mean they're from Dunedin or that they live in Dunedin currently or that they're always going to live in Dunedin. So just so everyone is aware of that. So this is a project that is looked at and is looked at by organizations within the county as they're looking at how do we get housing for everyone that needs housing. But of course, we're only thinking about Dunedin here, and just we have to be aware of that. And I just want everybody to know that.
Yes.
We can't put any restrictions on who lives there and how long they have to stay there or anything. So
Yeah, and just to add to that.
At least we have it.
Yeah, just to add to that, Commissioner, and that's why the City Manager Jennifer and myself are pushing the county to say you need to get a North County product. You know, there isn't much in North County, regardless. Most of it's been more St. Pete, Clearwater, Largo, and to your point, that's why we're pushing pretty hard.
And actually, the county agreed. They're looking for North County, too, which was very encouraging.
Good, that's great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody from the public wish to come forward and speak to this item? Okay, seeing or hearing none, can I have a motion to approve this agreement?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Gao and Commissioner Franny, thank you. Final comments, Commissioner Gao?
I'm excited about the prospects, so thank you guys for working incredibly hard and not taking no for an answer, continuing to look at it from every angle and every opportunity, so thank you. And on behalf of the residents, thank you. They're hurting.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just tag on to that. It looks like a great project. Looks like you've done some great projects. This is exciting. I hope this is the one. I like its focus, and you know, hopefully we do get a lot of our local workers close by into it, but hopefully we get it first, so I'm optimistic, but thank you.
Commissioner Torga?
Well, here we go.
Okay.
We'll give it a shot, and meanwhile, I know the city manager and Bob, I know you're working with the county, looking at other options and other opportunities for us, so.
Certainly.
We're all concerned about where people are going to be going, particularly if they sell their house here. Now what happens to them? If they want to stay in Dunedin, what do they do? It's an issue, so this is a small answer to it, but it's an answer. Thank you.
You know what I'm most encouraged about is the North County piece. That's a very good argument for bringing this up here, and I totally agree with that, and I think that that can be some very good leverage. So to me, that's a really strong component for us. And of course, do we need workforce housing? Yes, absolutely. So let's have all good fortune with this effort. We've tried, but I think this one could be the winner.
Do it, Bob. Make it happen.
Fingers crossed, baby.
No pressure.
No, we will. And, I wanted to mention, we also have the Dunedin Housing Authority here. We got Dave Kelly and Jacqueline, too. We're going to do a presentation. So we're working on all fronts, trying to
Very good.
get affordable housing going. So.
Thank you. All right, we will do an all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you all.
Yeah, I know.
What was it?
I don't know. I don't know what I said. I know what I should have said. I just don't know what I did say.
I loved it. It was great.
Bob just switches seats and
There he
moves on to the next
I
one.
know, this is Bob's week overall,
Yes.
isn't it?
Artisan Incubator. Yes, sir. Yeah, I got quite a few items today, obviously, so.
We're going to see you again, too, on Thursday, huh?
Yeah, you're going to see me a lot this week. That's true. Art Incubator. Let's see, no, there's no Art Incubator. It's the next one. Okay, I'm good. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Okay.
Okay, we'll move on to the Artisan Incubator lease agreement. Bob?
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Bob Ironson with Economic Development. This is the Artisan. This is the Art Incubator on Douglas Avenue that's been in place since 2015, thereabout. This is an important component for art and culture on Douglas Avenue. We were looking to go forward with a renewal of a lease agreement. This item has been brought before you in the past where we talked about the deal structure. From that meeting, the next step was to go ahead and formalize a lease agreement. So working with Nikki Day and her staff, we have a lease agreement. We've been working with all parties on this. The owner is Orthios, Randy Davis. Subtenants would be the city with Orthios, and then the subtenants were Dunedin Fine Arts Center, and then Archangels, which Bill Coleman, and represented by Bill Coleman is his attorney here, Debbie Bushnell, who's in the audience. This agreement is for 2 years. There's been some additions to it from initially. Both the city manager and myself and frankly Doug Hutchins have worked very hard on this. We have additional participation from Archangels toward the rent, a 6-7% increase. And then they're also picking up the phone and the internet, which also reduces some of the costs here. So all in all, we think this is a pretty strong agreement for the next 2 years that continues the revitalization of Douglas Avenue and continues to keep the art presence and culture in downtown. Archangels now also has various performance measures that are part of the agreement that we'll be certainly have oversight on. One of them is his participation in classes. He now participates, scheduled 12 classes with Dunedin Fine Arts Center from the next 3 months on welding. He also has his area used by another instructor for knife building. So some great things happening there, and of course the Fine Arts Center does a wonderful job. We think this is a very good agreement at this point in time. After 2 years, the third year is there, but it has to be mutually agreed upon. There's no set terms between the owner, Orthios, Randy Davis, and the city of Dunedin. So I'd be happy to, I know it's a lot of information there. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. And as I said, we do have George Ann is here with the Dunedin Fine Arts Center, and I have Debbie Bushnell representing Archangels. So be happy to answer any questions that you have with respect to this lease agreement.
Questions?
Yeah. So, Bob, I appreciate the update on the classes. I think I have a question for Georgianne. Sorry, you're here, so do you
Georgianne
mind?
loves get there.
Yeah, if you don't mind. You know, this was, you know, we talked about this a lot at the work session, about the importance of the welding classes, the knife, things like that. And because there is a significant subsidy for the Archangel's side of it, this is important to me, and I think it's important to you.
Oh, yeah.
So when Bob got the update on the 12 classes for welding and the knife class, et cetera, that seemed good. And then you don't know what that demand will end up being to do more classes throughout the year. So I guess my question for you is are these classes, et cetera, more in keeping with, I think, what your vision of how you could work as closely with Bill Coleman and Archangels on, you know, doing the arts and including welding?
Yes, it is. It goes back to when we were asked to be part of this project, and we had the metal building next door. And yes, very much so. We've always called it our industrial arts. We teach everything with the sole exception of glass blowing. But we all know the problem with that. It's finding a location. And it becomes increasingly popular, industrial arts, particularly people, and many of you saw wearable art. You see someone like Frank Strunk and all of his metal. We would love to have Frank come up and do some master classes, so we're working on that. And to get the insurance for industrial arts, our insurance company is Stahl, and they check every year to make sure that we follow all the safety requirements that are necessary. Because, you know, welding and working with sharp metal, you have to be very careful. I'll say that Bill Coleman's excellent with that. We have all of the
I
equipment
wouldn't
there.
advise you to do it, Deborah. Just-
Yeah, or me.
Or me, actually.
Or me.
Right, or
In
me.
the knife making, I think the last time I was here, I spoke about a local dentist that spent 80 hours making his knife. I mean, I think he could probably do about, I don't know how many root canals in 80 hours, probably a lot. So, yes, and we're very proud of our industrial arts. You know, it was Duke Power that gave us a $10,000 grant 6 years ago to paint that building, Dunedin, our Dunedin Art Center, blue. And lots of people call the Art Center and want to know about, well, what goes on in that building? And what about the building next to it? Because then you can walk through Bill Coleman's. And it could even be more of a tourist attraction, particularly if we can bring in, and we've talked to Bill about it. Bill is a very talented welder. He really is. So we want to see these classes grow because, of course, it's important to us, and we know we have 2 years to do this. And the Art Center, and we thank you for your faith in the Art Center and your support. We will certainly be working hard because this is a piece of our wonderful programs that we offer to the public. Maybe one day glass will come into it.
You know, I just want to mention two things we looked
Thank you,
at, too,
Georgianne.
since Georgianne is here. One, there'll be an annual update of the, you know, to the commission, but also working on a transition plan from Archangels to the Dunedin Fine Arts Center, which is something that's already started.
That was very interesting.
Yeah, I think
we
that's
have to do that.
So, yeah, and I'm sorry, I just want to follow up on that. Thank you, Georgianne, you answered it beautifully. I think I'm good. But it goes to the heart of, and I went back and looked at our tape when we talked about this before on July 12th or something like that. And even, you know, Bill himself said, and Georgianne, the pull to the for-profit side versus the classes. And I'm very happy about the classes, but I absolutely want it to be, personally, I'd like to be part of the agreement, and I don't think it's clear enough in the agreement that these classes are a part of the obligation that should be handled at the Artisan by Archangels. They're doing it, that's the most important thing. I absolutely want that to be part of the annual update, so we understand the classes and the commitment to the classes, because again, I think that goes to the heart of what the intention was and why this commission is subsidizing this activity, so.
Yeah, absolutely. We will do that, Commissioner, for sure. And the other thing, too, I just wanted to mention, I did in a quick overview, The owner has been great working with us. Randy Davis has been very good, and all the partners. The time that we've spent with Bill Coleman and Debbie Bushnell and George Ann and Ken Henry have been off the charts. You know, obviously it's been a long time in the works, but the landowner has been very good about working with us, and I just wanted to mention that too, Mr.
That's great, and I don't really have any other questions. I did pick up on a comment you made in our July 12th meeting, which was, you know, it's holistically, and it's a part of our commitment to the arts in that area. And if not there, where, and what else would be there, and again, it's trying to sow seeds, so.
Commissioner? Vice Mayor?
Yes, I did have a question, and, you know, we did look at glass blowing, and the cost is $100,000 for that, or more, 150, whatever, you know, because of the kiln and all the special things you need. But Georgianne, couldn't you bring in, I've seen you at the DFAC where you bring in, you know, almost a tent with glass blowers. They do it on a much, much smaller scale, but that could be a really fun exhibit there.
That's our partnership with Duncan McClellan down in St. Petersburg.
Georgianne, you'll have to come up to the microphone.
Sorry, Georgianne, I say you back.
Several of us went down to see Duncan, and if you haven't been there, it's certainly worth a trip to see his, and you're talking about what's called the glory hole, and those furnaces alone, and we had hoped that we could do it on Randy's property, but maybe we'll relook at it and talk about a partnership, because if you think about what they do down at the Morian, you know, they have bleachers and people pay to see it, the same way with Duncan. Now, Duncan has that small one, and you can make little pieces of glass, and we usually have them up once or twice a year, and of course we pay them, but we quite often offer that for people to try it so that they would then take classes with Duncan. But remember, our original vision that goes back about 7 years was that it would be a fabulous sort of tourist attraction on Douglas Street to do industrial arts. A lot of people can really relate to it because Chihuly has been so famous over the years, and glass blowing is sort of a really unique thing to watch. It's kind of magical how you start with a little bubble and it becomes something. It is magical. So I think because as Bob says, we've worked very well with Randy. He has no complaints about the Art Center, correct?
Correct.
None at all. We pay homage, we do whatever is needed to keep things on an even keel. It would be pretty cool because that is the ideal location.
It is, but I mean, I'm just saying if you could just start off with that, which you bring.
Yeah, we could bring it there and do it, and do it behind.
And
Yeah, we could
Because now you have
definitely schedule that with Duncan. He would like it. It brings him a lot of attention up in North County because he's all down in South. But we could do that when it gets a bit cooler, have like a festival back there. We had always thought we could.
You could bring a food truck back there.
As long as they abide by Dunedin's rules for food trucks, which we know what they are. They're very strict.
Uh-oh, okay.
But they're good. They're good. It's good.
I won't go there.
Yeah,
I won't
yeah,
go there.
yeah.
It's
But,
a glass blower food truck.
Well, if it's a special event, it's a little different too.
Yeah,
than
but
a permanent.
we could look into that, because I know that the city were keen that we would do festivals with it being on the trail, but it has never really been possible because of the many vehicles that are parked there. But, you know, I think if the owner would really sit down with us, we could map out a clearer plan and give dates where we could do these things, where it would be a great benefit to the city, to the owner, to us, to Bill. I mean, it would be a four-way win.
And the Frank Strunk idea?
Well, we'll see,
Yeah,
but you know Frank,
that's fabulous.
I mean, if we could ever get that, that would be heaven sent. So.
But I guess my question again is, which, you know, I've been asking questions for so long, is the performance, just go over the performance measures and how you will.
Well, it's a class a week that Bill has definitely said that he would do. And then, of course, what we do is we survey our students after every class. We send someone in to watch the class to see how the students are enjoying it. I mean, it's pretty difficult doing some of that. Although there were many women in the United States, my mother was one, back in 1944-45, that was a riveter. in New Orleans. So, and she always loved working with the welding, well, not riveter welding, yeah. And it is, and believe it or not, more women tend to take the industrial arts classes than men, which is a positive for women.
Okay.
Right, but thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Torga?
Yes, Georgianne, do you mind?
Just stay up here.
I have two questions. The first one, if you just relax just for a second. So the first one is, as I look at this, what we're doing here is we're extending an agreement with someone that we had made over a time period, and we had all of us probably had different visions of what might happen on that Douglas piece of Dunedin. And so we built this beautiful wall down there, this real pretty wall, called it a particular area. We had visions of artists perhaps even living atop and working down below, et cetera. And so this is really an extension of that. It's us simply looking at what Bill made a commitment to do, to start there in conjunction with our art program. And so this, to me, is a good solution to end that. That part of it. And then all of us asked for an extension of that in conjunction with you specifically and Bill, to have a conversation then to see how we extended that. You've touched a little bit on that. Is that in full force now, or are we talking about that, or is it not?
No, it's in full force. Classes begin.
So you're satisfied? You're satisfied? We haven't gotten a report about that, I guess, and that's okay.
Well, classes only just started.
No, I'm saying that's okay.
Oh.
Just as long as we know that that's an ongoing
Oh,
thing.
well, we will definitely keep you. And looking back very briefly, I will say that from the time the Art Center joined up with Bill, and we had the building painted, because Duke Power were very keen, Joe Kokolaks had not built Artisans, and he chose to call it Artisans. So that added a great vibe to that street. And then the vet, we had hoped an artist would buy that building, but unfortunately they weren't able to. But nevertheless, the vet has stepped up. Do you see how sort of cool his building it looks? That whole street has just come alive. I mean, next to Jensen's, if nothing else, by us doing this, it brought artisans and all those people to Dunedin and that street. But, I'm kind of determined to see it develop even more, because it's a wonderful opportunity. You look at what's happening in art centers around the United States, industrial arts is growing. I think we can grow it. I can't promise we'll grow it, but I think with every effort that we have, we will do our best to make it grow.
We said before you stepped in here, for example, I was just asked last night by a group of people not from Dunedin, and they talked to me about our art program here, the entire art concept, and how strong they felt that was.
Oh, that's nice.
The artists here.
Oh, thank you.
And that really is important. It's been important ever since I've been here, I know. So
well,
you guys have done a great
thank
job.
you. It all goes back to the city. Remember, 1969, if Sid Intel had not the agreement, and we still live by that agreement from 1969, the city owns the building. And may I applaud you all? How beautiful it looks. I'm just so excited. And now when I see Keith in Publix, he will not do this. He'll say, it's painted. I hope you all looked at it. It is so beautiful.
I haven't seen it yet.
And our partnership with the city is the most important thing that the Art Center, that's why we're here and what we do.
And you're now line itemed.
What?
You're now line item.
Well, that's kind of good.
And great comment about Sid.
Oh, well,
My workout partner.
she's my hero. She really is. She'll be I think she's 91 this week.
Don't mention her age.
Yeah, does she want you to say that here?
Oh, she doesn't mind that. She's proud of it. Hey, we are.
She is
She gets
proud.
mad, say it was molded.
Yeah, don't get me in trouble with Sid. I love
Anything
Sid.
else?
Anything else, John?
Because I've added to my
Okay,
steps
Jeff?
now. Jeff?
Questions?
Questions.
I have a follow-up with her, so I'm just saying to stay here, quick.
No questions.
No questions.
I have a quick.
Okay,
Both of us, sorry.
It's 20 past 10. You guys
Jeff?
are lucky.
No questions. Comments, no questions.
okay.
Okay.
I have a question. before either one of you get to go.
Yep.
And it's not for you.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, I'm sad.
No, I'm fine with you. I got nothing to ask. You're perfect. No, I was looking at the, the improvements along the property. That's where my questions are. So, I'm happy with everything else. So, adjusting the parking and then the fence. Green privacy fabric.
Yeah, that will be done.
Yeah. I got to tell you just how ugly that is.
Yeah, that's in the works.
Yeah, I mean, that, for what we're trying, for the amount of money that we've invested in that corridor, and we're going to use green privacy fabric on the fence, that's probably not the optimal choice, even though I know it's the least expensive choice. It's pretty bad, to be honest with you. If you look at it, if you think about what it's going to look like next to the blue and the metal and the orange or the red building, I mean, it's going to not look great. It serves a purpose.
Blue and orange.
I mean, it does serve a purpose. I just, did we look at any other options?
Well, I think we're only a 2-year deal. It would be hard to invest a lot of money at this point in time.
Well, what are we considering a lot of money on fencing?
Oh, geez, I mean, fencing could easily run with installing, I hate to even give a number, but it could be $75, $80 a foot type stuff. I don't know.
And I'm not trying to say that we should be paying for it all. I'm trying to say if he's got to move it anyway.
Well, he wasn't going to pay anything additional for that. That's why we decided to go toward the screening to get the deal done. It's a 2-year deal, so it's hard to know what's going to happen here down the road.
Yeah, because the city has, as you know, our maintenance area in there, and the scrim or the green
No, I get it.
fabric is not required by code, we committed to providing it.
Yeah,
And-
CRA is paying, yes, I'm
Right.
sorry.
Yes. In an industrial area.
He's rebuilding his wall in the
Jennifer
back.
just sat up in her seat. I don't want to scare you, but she
Mayor, we will look at other materials that might be of a similar
I don't
cost.
know, something.
He's rebuilding the wall behind him too. He's incurring that cost to redo the wall by
you
the
don't want to
trail.
spend a ton of money for 2 years. I
I'm
mean,
not
that is
saying we
valid.
do.
But
I'm
maybe there's
saying
another option.
green windscreen fabric on the fence is going to look terrible. I'm sorry, it's going to look terrible. I'd rather have black than green. At least it would look,
Well, the color is not an issue.
I know, but the screen itself is problematic to me, but green
Let
is
Georgianne
not.
decide the color.
Y'all, I'm just saying, I get what everybody's doing. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm asking you to look at something that's going to be, attractive for the area. We want the area to look pleasant and attractive. We've invested a lot of money in that area, and I don't want to all of a sudden.
No, understand. We just have a 2-year deal. That's it. So
Mayor, let me talk to staff. We can, black
No, I
is
get it.
easy,
black is easy.
Yeah, it's easy,
I
but
make a motion that Georgianne decides the color.
I'll second it.
I got a second?
And then the other thing is that awful thing that's on if you're facing the property, so it would be to the left, which would be to the south, between the property and the Artisan and all that wood and vine and crap. Can we make that go away? Because it is the ugliest thing I've ever
Yeah.
seen in my life, and there's no reason for its existence. And again, it looks terrible.
I don't know. I mean, we can ask. We've pushed this owner quite a bit with rebuilding the wall in the back, with moving the fence, we're doing the parking, clearing the grubbing. It's been a long time. So we've been pushing him pretty heavy. We certainly can ask. No, it's not a problem to ask.
I mean,
him, but
I mean, how many times has Joe Kokolakis complained about that? 1,000 times. It's just, I mean, to me, that's almost code enforcement violation crap.
Mayor,
Not that we want to go down that road. We're trying to create a
We already did.
partnership.
We already did.
Yeah.
With the wall, we already did. We were just trying to get this.
And I'm just trying to say, I mean, while we're doing this agreement, I just want to make sure that we are
I don't have this.
improving the look of that property to the best of our ability.
I'm still waiting for him to sign the deal too. So, but just.
I'm also waiting for the guy next door to pull in his boats and his trailers and everything else.
Mayor, we.
And I know you're working
actually,
on that.
We are working on that with code enforcement. And we, as you may know, we actually walked the site with the owner. And
No,
he
I didn't
committed
know
to, yeah, he committed to taking down the masonry wall adjacent to the trail, which is in disrepair, and replacing it with a white vinyl, which.
Well, he's still working on maybe even redoing the concrete wall, so
Okay.
I don't know. He's
Which
still-
is-
Well, if it's
if he
gonna be
repairs
white
it and
vinyl, then he could put white vinyl on the front.
No, he hasn't committed to that.
Saying.
He-
I'm just saying.
He's looking
as
at options.
Okay.
We just, you know,
Just trying to get the deal done.
I gotcha.
It's been a very long.
just trying to improve the look of
It's
the
been a
court.
very long time trying to get this thing complete, so.
Okay. Anybody from the public wish to come forward and speak to this item? Okay, seeing or hearing none. Is there a motion to approve this lease agreement?
I still had a question, remember?
And I had one follow-up
Yeah.
question.
Okay, I'm going to allow you to do that under comments. I just need to get a motion on this deal.
This is a real question.
I get you.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
Second.
Vice Mayor Kynes and Commissioner Twanga. Okay, go.
And this would be Deborah Bushnell, because I did want to circle back to
Okay,
this.
Deborah, would you come forward to the microphone,
I
please?
believe there was discussion about Archangels becoming a not-for-profit. Is that happening?
Yes. That's the direction that Bill is going at this point. It's not happened yet, but that's where he's headed.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that, because that was something we discussed.
Well, is he going to actually do that, or is he just going to merge with the art center?
Well, we've talked about doing it both ways. I think at this point, his thought is go ahead and do the nonprofit as well as, doing the merger or joint venture with the art center. So I think he's going to do both. Kind of gives more options, and it's maybe unclear how things will proceed over the next couple of years. So that gives more possibilities from both perspectives. But
Thank
yeah,
you.
he's headed that direction.
Thank you, Deb.
I think, everybody understands what the idea is and what's good for the city, and everybody's moving in that direction. So no worries about that.
Thank you.
Stay up. Georgianne just ran out, so I can't ask
Oh,
her the follow-up
Georgianne
question.
ran out.
So she obviously knows I was going to ask her another question. So, and my question was just going to be, basically, these 12 weeks of classes that are booked with Bill, he's committed to continuing those classes throughout the year, every week, if the demand is there.
Yes. He understands the vision, that the commission has and that the Art Center has, and is totally committed to bringing it to fruition. I mean, this is his love, and he wants it to continue past his lifetime, his working life. And he understands that this is his chance to transition to something that will be a legacy for him and for the city, and will continue long past his life. So he's really good with it. He wants to do whatever needs to be done to make that happen. It's all
Great.
on board.
No, that's great. I appreciate that. That's great. That takes care of everything.
Thank
for
you.
me.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Deborah. You were saved. I asked Deborah the question since you ran out.
Okay, final comments, Vice Mayor.
Yes, I think, Bob, I know Doug and who else worked very hard on this also?
Really, Doug, myself, city manager, were very involved. So Doug, myself, Jennifer Bramley.
Okay, thank you all. I
Yeah.
know that it was a
And on the
was a very, there were a lot of partners, more complex.
Yeah.
So,
It did get code enforcement too. Julie Phillips was involved. And
so I
George
want to
King.
thank everybody from the staff that was involved.
Thank you.
I did, and I also wanted to thank, where's Les hiding?
He's
Les-
back there behind the pole.
Yeah, Les.
He's smart,
And thank
hiding.
you for annotating that at this point, with all your negotiations, it is a $47,000 hit to the general fund. And I do want to make that point. So there was some
Annually.
very important annually, but it's a lot better than it was.
Yes, but it's annual. It's not
And
insignificant
It's
by any
not
means.
insignificant, but in our budget, they really work to bring that within a comfortable range, knowing that your goal is to become self-sustainable. And that's why you have 2 years with 1 more year to be agreed upon with different terms. So time is of the essence, folks. We've got to continue to work on this and see where we are, because 2 years will go like that.
Yes.
So I do thank you, Georgianne, thank you, Deborah Bushnell, thank you all involved. And I think for the next 2 years, we've really got to hunker down and decide where we're going with this and how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Tonga?
Thank you, Ms. Kynes.
Thank you.
Well said.
Okay. Commissioner Franny?
Oh, well, I'm not just going to say that, but anyway, but even though it was well said, Deborah. No, again, Bob, Doug, Julie Phillips, Jennifer, everybody involved in that, Randy Davis, because you've said repeatedly he's been really good to work with. Georgianne, every time you come up here, I'm like, what, 17 years with the Art Center now? You're a dog with a bone. Every word out of your mouth is partnership with this one and that one. It's great. You continue to do a great job. And again, I appreciate Bill and Deborah, what you brought to the table with Bill, with just the whole vision, and I appreciate that. And so I think it's a good agreement. I feel good about it. That's it.
Thank you. The green fence, just putting it out there that maybe that is a call to artist opportunity, that they can do something with that to make it as pretty as they can. But just,
Can you paint on a fence?
artists can paint on anything. I'm not one, but I would think so. But I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there as a concern.
Yeah, I get it, but I also agree
The
with
mayor's
Bob.
concerns were legitimate, and we've done so much with that corridor, and why muddy it up with green fencing? But anyway, I think part of the struggle, at least, well, for me, and I think the commission, has been, I don't think we do incubating very well. But it is wonderful to see the strengthening of this partnership with the DFAC and some structure being added in what we want out of it. I think that really is going to be the make or break for this. But as the mayor said, we do have to keep, or the vice mayor, we do need to keep our eye on the ball. Understand we've got these milestones that we want to reach as part of an incubator relationship, and to make sure that we keep going with that. But other than that, well done to the plethora of people that have been involved. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I too want to thank everybody. When we started this, the idea was if we build it, they will come. And we tried to make Huntley and all of those little roads back over there, we thought we had visions of seeing Artisan studios there. And that just didn't happen for whatever reason. So, we have to adapt and morph into continue to try to get what we think is appropriate for that area and appropriate for the community. I think we've done that. I think all parties have come together and found some common ground, which I think was really important to all of us. None of us wanted to be in a position that we could have been in a couple of years ago on this item. So thank you to everybody. Anything you can do to make that front look better, I will be happy. That's it. Thank you very much, Bob, for all your work.
Yeah, thank you.
So we have all right, so I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Unanimously.
I know.
Mayor?
It's been a word today.
Just before you move on, just really
Sure.
quickly, for the record, I want to say thank you to Bob and Doug Hutchins, and thank you to Deborah Bushnell and Bill Coleman, to Georgianne and Randy Davis. I feel like I need to go have a glass of champagne, at this point.
Finally here.
You probably have to buy the bottle, but.
Yeah, right, we need the bottle, but it was.
I'm with you.
Yeah, a long negotiation with all sorts of little bits involved, and everybody had to compromise a little bit, and I think that the result is going to benefit Douglas, and I'm proud of this. So
Good.
thank you.
I'm proud. Good, thank you.
Okay, now we're at the First United Methodist Church parking lot lease agreement. Robert?
Yes, Bob Ironsmith, Economic Development. This is parking that the city has had in play, free public parking in partnership with the First United Methodist Church. We initially put this deal together 20 years ago. Actually, I've been here quite a bit, as you know, and we put this one together. It was more of an easement aspect where we made capital improvements, and it had a 20-year duration. This agreement is up soon here in September, toward the end of the month. We recognize that this parking is in a central location, is very key to our downtown, so we started on negotiations with the First United Methodist Church. How can we look to go ahead and extend it? And we came to some pretty good agreement. What we wanted to do was to make this very cost-effective, but also make it something that worked for the church and for the city as well. The church has agreed to look to extend toward lease, a 5-year deal. Of course, parking for them on Sundays with church services and any other of special events such as weddings and things like that are important. They get to control the park at that point in time. And the rest of it is really open and available to the public, which is just, again, a very central location for us. This is an overall aerial. This is the property to the south of the church on Main Street. So this is Wood Street, just to the south. You see the large expansive area. Obviously, that paved parking area off of Douglas, just south of the intersection with Main, gets used quite a bit, and we wanted to make sure that we kept that. And then you see the parking around there, kind of, they call it, I think, the Fellowship Hall, which is also available. So this encompasses quite a bit of parking that we wanted to make sure that we could keep. You can see the totals there toward the right. What is the cost to do this? First year, $12,500. This includes also some amenities, and you see the $2,500 to $2,500, and the $2,000 to $2,000. So this is really pretty economical and very good ROI for parking within the downtown. Works well for the church, and it works well for the city. We want to look to go ahead and keep this going. We think this is a key asset to keep that agreement going with the church. They're very amenable. They've been great to work with, and that kind of reflects that this is picked up by the CRA Trust Fund, this cost, so it's not a general fund, and this goes ahead and allows us to also have parking for vendors for the downtown market. So be happy to answer any questions that you might have relative to this agreement. And again, thanks to Nikki Day and her colleague, Mark Johnson, for turning this around real quickly for us. They were very responsive. We had a tight time frame here.
Any questions?
This is quick.
Mm-hmm.
What is the total cost over 5 years?
Let's see, 5,000, 22.5.
22.5. No.
We said the number, 20, it looks like about
21.5?
Yeah.
21.
Well, no.
21.5.
5.
Oh, no.
10.
This was the
Should probably know that.
5.
This is trouble, this is trouble.
26.
26,500 for 5
And-
years.
Just as
Is that
a
right, Mayor, I
point.
think?
it
Yeah.
is 26.5.
26.5, and we're also buying a trash receptacle and a bench. That was the
And
other part.
can those be artistic? I mean, come on, it's right.
They're already been allocated to be.
Well, I know, but
artistic, so-
anyone can do anything
It-
with a
it-
trash
it's
collector.
our-
and
it-
You know, I mean, turn it over to the,
It's our standard that we use to unify.
yeah,
the
but you can
downtown.
turn it over to the arts people, and they can do something, arts and culture.
It's up to the church, and we like to keep things a little bit standardized with the footprint over Main Street, our benches or streetlight poles or things of that nature, so.
But you have the bus shelter in front, which they allowed, which is wonderful.
Well, it complements,
It
no question,
complements,
so,
yes.
I defer,
Well,
but.
anyway, I'm just throwing that out, and, the huge question was the 26.5, and that is an amazing, they have been a great partner, that is an amazing cost for 5 years.
No question, the ROI on this is very strong.
73 spaces?
Mhm.
Thank you.
May I, Ms. Kynes, didn't you say 21.5?
No, 26.5.
26.5.
Why is it 26.5?
Yeah, it's 21.5.
It's 21.5?
Yeah.
Actually, Ms. Kynes, you were correct the very first time.
Oh, well, thank you. I
You're the
thought.
finance
Good
person
catch.
up here.
All right.
Pardon me.
Newly.
Okay, any questions Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am. Bob, looking at the diagram on, I guess it's page 3 or 4, the red shaded areas, the ones to the south, they're shading buildings, and then the parking lot are kind of outlined, but on the north side, looks like the parking lot is shaded. Is that parking lot, which is accessible by Main Street, is that available for parking?
No, they're looking to do something with that property.
So that's a reduction now, because it
Yeah.
has been available.
That's correct. That is a new modification, yes. They're under some negotiations right now, so that's
Okay,
not
so
available.
I wasn't clear on that at all.
Yeah, what's in the red is not available, obviously, that you called out.
Okay.
They're trying to rent that property, is that what it is, or?
Or sell. I mean, they're looking at their options
Oh,
currently,
okay.
and they don't want to be tied in for any period of time.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything right on the table at the second, but they're looking at their options.
Sorry, Jeff, jumped in.
That was part of the negotiations, of course.
And within part of that negotiation, sign, is it the possibility of it's still public until they don't need it? I know they said it's not locked into the contract, but.
Yeah, it is not in, it is excluded from the lease agreement. I think they were really looking at using it themselves and then looking perhaps to sell it. They also utilize it with the co-working there, I think a little bit with Hope Grove. So they were not looking to put that on the table at this point in time.
Okay, all right. And then can you give me an idea of how much total spending does the city do for our spaces downtown? And what funds do those come from?
Yeah, it's all CRA, trust funds, we're probably somewhere $250,000 to $300,000 a year.
Okay.
Yeah, probably $250,000 a year.
And when is the CRA up?
2033.
And then what happens if we continue those past that? What happens to these?
Well, there'll
what
be,
fund?
there'll be a strong revenue source that will be coming into the general fund with the CRA sunset. You know, I have it somewhere probably around $1.5 million, 1.8 million, somewhere thereabout. So all that would be in the general fund that could continue maintaining things downtown.
Okay, what was it, when's the sunset date again?
2033. 2033. There's a midterm review with the county. That's a big item. Jennifer's certainly aware. In 2025, we'll be looking to extend that. The county does have the ability to reduce, terminate the CRA from the county side. We certainly do not see them terminating, but we certainly see them reducing to proportionally what the city millage is at that point in time. And we've worked with Les on that with a long-term budget, and that's what we presented to you. That's already been kind of factored in. But yeah, somewhere probably 1.5, 1.8 million will come to general fund to continue leases or whatever the commission decides at that point in time.
Okay. All right, yeah, just wanted to bring that out because that will be a tremendous hit to the general fund. And so we've got to.
Right, but remember, all that revenue will be coming into the general fund. So you're going to have a whole, you're going to have a whole bunch of money coming in.
That's true.
That the commission at that point in time can decide what they want to do. So,
Okay.
Can I ask a question along the lines of what Commissioner Gao was just talking about? Should we, assuming, at least the idea was that we would be building a garage across the street, we wouldn't have a need for this property anymore? Is that the idea?
That's what we're hoping.
That's why this is just a 5-year deal?
Construct a garage and then start to retract some of those at-risk lots. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, questions, please?
Yeah. Obviously, this is, I think this is a good cost for lots of spots. So it'd be my last one to give up because I think we're a ways from solving parking issues. But anyway, Bob, I don't know, I guess this is me being a little bit brain dead, but that back area, is it getting a lot utilized? Is it real clear that it's open parking for anybody? Like, I know the front part does. I mean, the part that's across from Skips, like, everybody knows that. But the back part, is it well noted that it's open parking?
I think it gets used, but could become more efficient, as you're mentioning. I think we can work with, and we already have with Sue, our communications director, getting the word out, and also we can put a little bit more signage.
Yeah, I think we need to, because I'm sure, like in special events, people go everywhere. But I don't know what kind of signage the church has versus what we have, so there's clarity. People fight over the front area. I just don't remember that kind of,
I think
thing happening in the back
There's a
area.
connection that's disconnected too.
Yeah.
It's like if they could
Yeah.
just drive
They
through
go
there.
back. I'm not, I don't know, I'm just thinking to myself, yeah.
You know, we're always, and I know you are too, Commissioner, we're always sensitive to sign clutter, but I think in this
Right,
case, what
I
we
agree.
have on the Douglas sign, which says free public parking except Sunday mornings or something, we can look to do something out here too.
Is there just the one on Douglas versus the one in the back? Because I just don't,
Because it's a one-way, see, it's a one-way street.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
need it up closer to, you know,
I think we can take a better look at this.
Yeah, okay.
Do a better
No,
job.
thank you.
I don't want to, you know.
yeah, I don't want to clutter up the meeting today, but yeah, I was just, that it was just hitting me when I looked at the.
I think we do a better job, both communication-wise and also with some
Right,
signage aspects.
because
So
that's
let
a
me-
lot of spaces, and I'm not sure sometimes that it's as clear to people that that whole back area is open game.
Understand.
So, but this is a good deal. I'm very supportive of the deal, and Bob, again, good job.
Thank you, Joe. I just want to mention, as part of this agreement, we give a letter to them listing our special events, and they also take a look relative to their weddings or funerals or things of that nature, so there's no conflict, so. But yeah, we can do a better job.
That
Bottom
looks
line.
like a win-win to me, so good job.
It's cost-effective.
And
It
just
could
to
be
add on,
temporary. So.
Just regarding the signage, just remember, there are some of those events where Douglas is closed, and the only access to those parking spaces would be through the one-way.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
understand.
Are we at comments, I'm sorry?
No,
Not yet?
questions?
I don't have a question.
Okay, anybody from the public wish to come forward and speak to this item? Seeing or hearing none, can I have a motion to approve this lease agreement?
So moved.
second.
Okay, Commissioner Franny and Vice Mayor Kynes. Yes, ma'am, anything final?
No, again, I think it looks like a win-win. Obviously, one of the benefits of having a church right there in prime spot is, we get to play off the time differences for parking needs and do a win-win like this. So, but Bob, again, your relationships continue to be so valuable with these things, so thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, just to reiterate, 21.5, over 5 years for 73 spaces. That's one of our more affordable lots, and we do thank the First United Methodist Church for this partnership, and thank you, Bob.
Great partners, yes, thank you.
And just to thank the church for the partnership, it's a good deal.
And that's what I wanted to do, is just to make sure that we thank the church,
Right,
because this is the
good
most
point.
efficient parking and the best parking in the city.
It is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We have the proposed agenda for October 4th, which has several proclamations and some resolutions, purchase policy changes, and our ERP update.
Yes.
So, anything else to be added to that agenda?
Nothing further,
No?
Mayor.
Nope, I'm happy.
Okay, can I have a motion to?
I don't have anything to add to the agenda. I just wanted to let you know I will have a city attorney report for the beginning of, an annual report for the beginning of the year. So just to plan for that.
Okay, will you add that to the agenda then under city attorney?
That's October the 2nd that we're looking at, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, the
4th,
Sorry, the 4th, yes.
work session.
Yes, the work session, the Tuesday one. Yeah, that's when we have our
Annual
update time.
report,
So we'll
okay.
do our annual update during that time.
Very good. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second, third, whatever.
Okay, Commissioner Franny and Commissioner Twanga, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We're going to take a 5-minute break, so.
Bob's over.
Bob.
So Bob
I
can.
mean, he's just like moving chairs.
We always take a break before the workshop items.
It's more necessary.
Welcome back, and thank you for your patience. We will continue on to our workshop items. Our first presentation is on the Dunedin Housing Authority. I'll turn it over to Bob.
Yes, Mayor. Bob Ironsmith, Economic Development. This is, we do this kind of annually, presentation by the Dunedin Housing Authority, who works toward affordable housing. Dave Kelly, who is the chair, had a conflict. He needed to go. Unfortunately, he wanted to be here, but we're lucky to have Jacqueline, who runs the Clearwater Housing Authority, which is also, we're in partnership with them, with the Dunedin Housing Authority, and Sharice, and there's also Commissioner Welch here in the background. So Jacqueline's going to go ahead and give a little overview and presentation on the Dunedin Housing Authority, and certainly go ahead and open it up for questions. So, Jacqueline?
Thank you, Bob. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, staff. We have Sharice Doty, she's our Chief Operating Officer, and Commissioner Regina Lawrence from the board. Mr. Kelly was here, but he had a skedaddle because he had to make it in time to set something up at the Rotary Club. So you got me. It's my privilege to be here and provide you an update on what we're working on. Our relationship with the Dunedin Housing Authority is that we serve as their executive management, we do their financials, and we do property management. To begin with, okay, I think I scroll this. Here we go. Not scrolling, Bob. Okay. Just briefly, I'm not sure, I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence here, but just basically what we are is a quasi-municipal corporation. It was created in 1966, state resolution. It has a 5-member board appointed by the mayor with city commission approval. Our mission is to provide affordable housing opportunities for families who are 80% of the area median income or less. To just give you an example, I know the question came up when Archway was here. 2-member household would earn up to $52,600 with the current average income limits, which is established by HUD. Current initiatives, just a little history. Dunedin Housing Authority had purchased Fairway Gardens in Clearwater in 2010. Then they sold Fairway Gardens in 2014 to the Clearwater Housing Authority. They used some of the monies from that and got a loan and purchased St. Christopher in the city of Dunedin. The beauty of that is that this property is doing very well, and there are no federal, state, or city dollars involved. So it is self-sufficient, and it is affordable. Let's see, we're also... when we look at everything we've done with Eco Village and the things we've sold to Habitat, we've had about 7. I am so sorry. I am not. Is there a mouse? Here we go. My apologies. We have done about 73 units, 74 units over the last decade in some form or another, of adding to the portfolio. Currently, this is St. Christopher, and we have been renovating it little by little. We call it our mustard seed because we figured we get a mustard seed, and little by little Dunedin Housing Authority we're able to add as time goes by. And this beautiful little property, we have pretty much completely renovated it with the exception of two bedroom units, right, Teresa? And we're just waiting for that vacancy to renovate it. We don't move anybody or dislocate anyone. We just wait for a vacancy, and then we renovate the unit. So we've never had to relocate anyone, but it's doing very well. That's just a picture of one of the kitchens inside. It's a 10-unit rental property, 1 to 2 bedrooms. We have 2 units remaining for renovation. We have painted, repaired exterior. We've repaved the parking lot. We've built a new dumpster. We've got a new sign, new fencing, tree trimming. It is 100% affordable. We are self-subsidized, and we are currently at 100%. We usually are at 100% occupancy. That's why we can't get those last 2 units done, but eventually we will. Portfolio update, Shady Grove, which was formerly public housing, is now with Habitat Humanity. That's 19 townhomes. Eco Village, 25 affordable. That was formerly public housing as well. We're going to continue focusing on reinvesting all the monies we make from St. Christopher back into St. Christopher. We are working currently on a deal. We are hoping that this time next year we'll have closed on it, purchasing property. We're working, Dunedin and Clearwater Housing Authority working together to add additional units of affordable housing. But because of all the things that have come into our world because of COVID, we've had a slowdown in contract work, we've had a slowdown in supply chain. That's taking us longer to get to, but I'm thinking by this time next year, We will have it in hand, have it as part of the portfolio. We will be cross-collateralizing our current property to do that. So again, it will be a property that's affordable. There will be no federal, city, or state dollars attached to it. We want to be self-sufficient as possible and self-subsidize it. We're pursuing any and all programs that come our way to see if Dunedin is eligible for them. So we've tried to apply for vouchers, specifically for Dunedin, rental assistance. Unfortunately, we haven't qualified for them. HUD has not changed some of the language and the qualifications for the vouchers. And any other programs that we can get our hands on that Dunedin Housing Authority in specific would be eligible for. And that's where we're at today. Did I miss anything, Commissioner? Okay, Bob?
No, I think we're good. I mean, obviously Jacqueline and her staff is a tremendous resource. So we work in partnership with them, and we look at opportunities as they come by. And certainly Jacqueline is aware of the Carnation Drive too, and see if there's anything they can look at too, going down the road in the future. So be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, questions?
Yes, Mayor, if I can, just real quickly, and actually, wonderful job. St. Christopher Apartments is kind of in my neighborhood proper, and it's beautiful when you go by, so well done. But my question is actually another complex, and just, I don't know if it's to the Housing Authority or to Bob or to Jennifer, but Whispering Hills on Bass Boulevard, been there since I was a kid. Is that under affordable housing, or is that just privately owned and whoever lives there lives there?
They might have some, they should have vouchers in there. Those would be Pinellas County Housing Authority vouchers in there.
Pinellas County Housing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a little history. Pinellas County Housing Authority has been the only entity, because we have jurisdictions, and et cetera, that has vouchers in Dunedin. Dunedin Housing Authority technically doesn't have any rental vouchers. Clearwater Housing Authority has those vouchers. But we don't put them into Dunedin. Well, we go a little bit, possibly. We overlap a little, but really the primary source is the Pinellas County Housing Authority. That is part of the reason we have not been able to attain additional vouchers for the Dunedin Housing Authority, because Pinellas already has them, and we have not been qualified because we don't have them. In order to qualify, you need vouchers to qualify in most cases, which makes no sense. But we're still going to keep barking up that tree. But there would be Pinellas County Housing Authority vouchers.
You need vouchers to qualify for vouchers?
Yes. We've found that with several programs that we've applied, and well, no, because you don't have one. And we've tried using the argument, we're CHA and we're DHA and we're partners. So couldn't you count us, our CHA vouchers, as a qualification? Because I think the issue is, can you run the program? Well, obviously we can. But we haven't gotten there yet with HUD. But we keep going at it. Every year, we keep knocking on the door. So we'll continue to do so.
Commissioner, questions?
No, I mean, I think, because of, land issues being few and far between, it's slow and steady gets the race. Although I'm not even sure we can call it a race, because it's hard. But I think I have a lot of faith in what you all are doing to grab opportunities when they're there and watch for opportunities. I'm glad you guys are doing it. It's tough, though. It's tough. We've had some great accomplishments, but it's tough. So I just appreciate the update and keep striving. It's obviously an issue of great importance to our community. So thank you.
Thank you. And we are working with Archway on several different projects, the developers that were here earlier. So they've called us about the property. We've talked about it. So we're working with them in here and in Clearwater as well.
How would you work with them? What would be your participation?
Well, right now, you needed vouchers, so we directed them, of course, to Pinellas County to get those vouchers. We can also work on putting tenant-based vouchers, perhaps, there. So, again...
Tenant what?
Vouchers come in two forms, project-based and tenant-based. So project-based means they're going to get 40... I don't even know how many project-based they're getting from Pinellas, but they would be dedicated to the actual property. Those would come from Pinellas County Housing Authorities. Clearwater would have tenant-based vouchers. It goes with the tenant. So if a tenant comes by and says, I'd like to rent a unit, can I put my voucher there? We can certainly work with Pinellas County in asking for the opportunity to put tenant-based vouchers in there, in the jurisdiction. So.
Okay.
But they can move with their voucher anytime they want, but generally they don't. If they have affordable housing and it's a new product, they generally stay.
Commissioner?
Yes, thank you. Could you take the slides and just go backwards a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Above the Shady Grove, if you go slow, I
This-
guess, perhaps.
Maybe one more, Shady Grove, that one?
This one, St. Christopher?
No, is that,
St. Christopher?
no, keep going.
I think the other way, maybe, Jacqueline, Shady Grove.
Shady
There you
Grove.
go, that one.
And then Eco Village?
Okay, so just above Shady Grove, if you'd stop right there.
Yes.
All right, perfect. Okay, so we are St. Christopher Affordable Housing, so that's called affordable housing there.
Yes.
Would you explain to us or to the audience how you get in that location?
Oh, how do you apply?
How do you what do you
qualify?
use to get into that? And you just started a little bit on some of the voucher concepts.
Well,
So it's big, kind of complicated, and
pretty easy. We have a
people who don't know.
Okay, we are, Clearwater Housing Authority has a property management arm called Clearwater Housing Development Corporation. All sites are managed by Clearwater Housing Development Corporation. We have dedicated management and maintenance staff that take care of this property as well as several other properties. There is a phone number, there's a website, and you simply call up or get on the website and contact us, and we will respond. You apply, and we qualify you, and that's pretty much it.
Who owns this property?
Dunedin Housing Authority.
Dunedin Housing.
Dunedin Housing Authority is the owner.
How many properties does Dunedin Housing Authority own in Dunedin, and how many properties are affordable housing in Dunedin?
I don't know how many properties currently are affordable in Dunedin, but Dunedin has one property, period. They sold their property to Habitat and for the Eco Village project.
Now, the county has properties.
Pinellas County has a property on Keene, the
Palm
big
Lake
one, the
Village.
big one. They've had that for decades. I don't think Pinellas has another one, Pinellas County Housing Authority in Dunedin. That's the only one they have in Dunedin, and we have
When we
one.
talk about this new one that's coming in,
Mm-hmm.
that is a piece of those two then.
The
We have Eco Village.
Eco Village, which we were part of a tri-party agreement with that, and that's no longer, that's individually owned.
Correct. Started off and then it went.
Yes, and then Habitat, same thing, they're home ownership, it's affordable home ownership.
It sold the land, yeah, Dunedin Housing
Yeah.
Authority sold the land.
Yep.
And
Well, gifted it, really.
so we got the section housing, that somebody can use their qualifications to get into that location regardless of what it is. You can rent somewhere.
At San Christopher? Or any property?
Any property.
You can accept vouchers at any of those properties. I think Pinellas for sure. We've been 100%. I don't think there are any voucher holders in there at the current time. Since they're so affordable, you don't need a voucher to afford it. Usually you have a voucher because you're trying to afford the property and you can't pay the full rent. And we do have, most people in there are going to range between 60 and 80% of the area median income because they have to be able to pay rent to live there. They have to prove they have an income or a source of income. But they need to be below 80% of the area median income and lower.
So I don't want you to think that anyway, so to get a voucher, if I came here from some other state and
Yes.
and I don't have the facility to rent in a particular location, I have to get some permission from someplace, from someone in Pinellas
To use your
County.
voucher?
To
If
get a
you,
voucher.
you're talking about a port, so if someone has a voucher from another program, another state, another county, whatever it is, they will port to another program in the state, in the county, wherever that is. And it's just a process to just change out who basically owns your voucher at the end of the day. And then that person still has to find a unit and then ask the landlord, are you willing to accept my voucher? And generally, it's a yes. And then they go through the process.
That's the point that I really wanted you to bring out, because it doesn't just mean of the properties that are owned that are called affordable. It is the fact that the county does have programs for people who need assistance with housing.
Yes.
And that comes under this voucher concept.
Well, vouchers, several organizations have the vouchers. So there's going to be Pinellas County, Clearwater Housing Authority, and St. Petersburg Housing Authority. We're the ones with the vouchers in the county. Anybody coming with a voucher is going to have to go through one of those programs to get to a unit. They get to pick their unit, and the landlord gets to agree to it or not. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay. Anybody in the audience wish to speak to this item? All right.
Can I just ask one follow-up?
Sure.
So, and you're talking about HUD vouchers.
Housing choice vouchers.
Right.
People like to call them Section 8, but it's really a housing choice voucher.
But there's also the Pinellas County Government Assistance vouchers.
Yes.
Like, how do those, I mean, how are those working or not working, or?
I don't know the program well enough to comment on that, how they're funded, how long they've been funded. I know there's a timeline on them. For any voucher that comes from a housing authority, it's pretty much forever. As long as Congress funds that program, you're going to have a voucher, if you qualify and you're compliant. But the other ones are not, that longevity isn't there.
Right, right. Be kind of interesting to know, Bob. I know when I was at the county, I mean, like Dunedin actually was the #1 place that Pinellas County government vouchers were used, financial assistance vouchers. So it'd just be interesting to get a status on that, even though I know it's much more of a temporary measure.
Maybe we could bring the director up here for a little.
Yeah, it'd be actually interesting to see what they're doing, because they've actually increased a lot of their stuff because of, some of the COVID issues, et cetera, and some of the financial issues right now. So it'd be interesting to kind of get an update on what they're doing.
Mayor, may I piggyback on that? I would like to ask staff to give us that information sort of in its entirety, so that we're all acquainted with the programs. It gets complicated, but.
No, I'd like to bring the director up for presentation.
Somebody's give it to us.
Yeah.
And so we understand it and it's in a form. So you're in charge, you're sort of housing, right?
Yeah, this is a total farm program for me, so I would
Okay.
definitely have to bring the director up here.
I don't know it well.
Update. No, this is like.
But I actually think it would be a good thing to have their head of their Human Services Department, because they could talk to us about not just housing, but other programs, the mental health, they deal with across the board some of the issues that people are dealing with now. It could be a good update for us as a commission.
Yeah, it might be different people, the Pinellas County Housing versus.
Yeah, it could, you're right, you're
I think
right,
it's
Bob.
different,
It could be somebody from that lead part of the county
Yeah, I don't-
versus the
I'm
Human
Focusing
Services
on
Director.
housing, so
Yeah, don't know the
we
social
really
aspect.
we really need to have that, I think, and it would be good for all of us.
Yeah, and we've worked with it a little bit in the
Right.
past, so we.
Well,
sort
plus
of-
they're just going to do this new mental health access point through Pinellas County. So again, I mean, it could be good for us to, I'm looking at you because you've been a kind of a champion of that. It could be just good for us to get an update on all that, considering, so, John, you brought this up, what people are going through right now.
Absolutely.
And so it just helps us be a little wiser.
Mayor, if I may, just to clarify, so we're looking to get Pinellas County staff here to describe the affordable housing programs that they have within the city of Dunedin, and also to provide to you in written form the various programs that Pinellas County has in the city of Dunedin.
All housing.
All housing? Okay.
For me.
Yeah,
all
he's
housing.
focused on housing. I think having them do a presentation on some of the programs available countywide is great. And I know you want the write-up on housing.
We actually, we have
Don't we have that on
a
our
workshop
website?
scheduled, with a mental health component. Somebody's coming, so.
It's a piece.
From, the sheriff's office and county as well.
Of October.
Yeah. Right, it's coming up in October here, so we'll kind of work
So maybe
through it.
we get his written thing, we look at the mental health, and then we figure out what the gap is.
Yeah.
But there's just a lot of stuff that goes on, because the county's kind of the lead in all those social service issues, that we, it's important for us to understand.
Okay. Anything else from anybody?
I just have a very quick, could you explain how Habitat for Humanity sort of fits into this? I mean, we've worked very hard also
Yeah.
to work with Habitat.
Sure.
To find lots and to allow them.
Yeah. Yeah, we continue to do that. I'd be happy to. Obviously, all these are different organizations. You know, whether it's Dunedin Housing, or it's
Right,
Pinellas County.
and I'm not trying to confuse
Or it's
it.
Habitat. No. I'm just saying we touch all of them in some point. Of course, I'm not an expert in any of it. But we continue to work Habitat with Humanity. They'll call us. There's a lot just north of Salon that we're looking to contribute to for a workforce. Unfortunately, the lot is tied up now in probate. But so what happens with Habitat is we touch base with them, they touch base with us, and they say, here's an opportunity, would you guys look to participate? I talk with City Manager Jennifer, and you'd say, yeah, this makes sense. And the commitment was something that can be done at a lower level administratively, and we're looking to put that in place. So we stay in contact with Habitat, and we stay in contact with Jacqueline, and we work with Pinellas County Community Development on the Penny side, and then the Pinellas County Housing Finance Authority is, you talked about the choice vouchers and things like that. So we kind of touch base with everybody and look at the opportunity when something comes together. Archways is something that Jacqueline says she's worked with, so we know this developer is very seasoned. So I don't know if that answers your question, but we try to do
I think
infill. I will tell you that Habitat does not do townhome projects anymore, like Shady Grove. They feel their best niche is infill, single-family lots. So
I think the point is that there are a lot of people that are working very hard to provide, and one of them, another one of them is Habitat.
Yes.
But, you all work very hard to, it's difficult, and so.
Okay. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming and reporting to us.
Thank you.
It always brings up questions, and we appreciate all the work that you all are doing on behalf of Dunedin residents.
And tell David we missed him. Sorry we wore him out. I know, we wore him out and he had to leave to Rotary.
Bye-bye.
Mayor, I'd like to give an overview of the next item.
Yep. Okey doke. Our next item, which is the existing City Hall assessment report. Jennifer.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor and Commissioners.
You might as well just be
That's
talking
not good
to her.
for my career.
No, you're just talking to her.
Yeah,
so.
I guess so. I need another cup of coffee.
Whoever we are.
I just would like to kind of frame the discussion that we're about to have. The City Commission directed staff to do a condition assessment of the building we're currently sitting in as we work to complete our new City Hall and relocate into our new City Hall. As a result, we had Pannoni walking through the structure and having a look at every angle of it. Today, we're asking for you to listen to Pannoni's report. We're looking for consensus direction, and I think the question that all of you have probably had during briefing was, okay, for what? And next steps for the building itself. I think that all of you most likely have a different idea of what you'd like to do with the building. Moving forward, first of all, we need to know what the condition of the building is, and I think that's very important, and what it will take to either demolish it or what it would take to repurpose it. And so I think that this is going to be a long discussion moving forward. I think that there are going to be next steps that staff is going to need to undertake, no matter what the consensus direction is today. And so the whole overview is saying we're wide open, just want to hear you discuss the condition report today and then plan our next steps moving forward. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. As Jennifer mentioned, the purpose of today's workshop presentation is to discuss the existing City Hall assessment report that was recently prepared by Pannoni and Associates and their subconsultants, which are here today, and I'll introduce them in a little bit. As Jennifer indicated, a little bit of background. So the existing City Hall was constructed originally as a public library back in 1964, and as the population grew throughout the city, there became the need to basically relocate the library to its current location on Douglas, and then some City Hall limited operations were moved to this facility from where they were previously located on Milwaukee. The building was then subsequently renovated in 1978 and then remodeled for the commission chambers in 1996. And finally, there was the addition of the commission office space in 2004. Right around that time, in 2000, the commission tasked staff to prepare a facility assessment space needs analysis for multiple structures throughout the city. That actually was predicated based on the age and condition of the existing city hall, the MSB and the TSB, which both of those, as you know, have subsequently been demolished. The 2000 FASNA report was then validated in 2009 by Log and Associates, and then also by the Inside Out Group architects in 2013. All of that led to us basically having the new city hall that's currently under construction. As Bob presented back in 2018, the city prepared the downtown East End plan. That D plan, at that time, one of the recommendations was to demolish this existing structure with consideration of repurposing the site for an open space on this end of the downtown. And that was seen to be an important linkage for a walkable downtown. During a 2001 update for the CRA, staff presented their upcoming projects and programs for the FY22 budget. During those discussions, adaptive reuse of the existing city hall was discussed. And as a part of that, as Jennifer indicated, the commission tasked staff, among other things, was to look at an assessment and evaluation of the structure to help with decision-making process going forward. Those Bob's CRA funds in the 22 budget were $2,000 for a public engagement process, which has yet to occur, and those funds are being carried forward into 23. 25. Oh, sorry. As I mentioned, as a result of that conversation and direction by the commission, the city engaged Pinellas and Associates to perform the commission-requested evaluation of the existing structure and to look at viability of cost-effective repurposing of the building. And that report was completed in June. We've got representatives, as I mentioned, from Pinellas and their subconsultants here today to run through that. Andy Paget, our senior engineer in engineering, was the project manager that coordinated the consultants' activities. He's prepared a brief PowerPoint presentation that kind of runs parallel with the very detailed report that you've got in your staffing. But as we step through this, we'll let Pinellas and their subconsultants elaborate and answer any questions either throughout the PowerPoint or at the end. So with that, I'll just turn it over.
Do you want me to let them handle their?
Yeah, we can.
Let's do the first part of it.
And Mike, if you want to introduce yourself and some of the other folks.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. I'm Mike McCarthy with Pinellas, and I was the lead consultant on the evaluation of the building. With me today is Greg Bowen with Engineering Matrix, who took a look at the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection, and other systems of the building. And then we have two representatives from Sufferelli Architects, who took a look at the ADA requirements, the roof, and other architectural features of the building.
Thank you.
I'll go through the part of Pinellas condition survey observations of what they found, and if Mike wants to elaborate on that after I've gone through it, that'd be fine. Some of the things they found during the review of the building was that there was considerable wood deterioration on the perimeter of the building. The windows are not hurricane rated. They didn't find any termites, but they did also look into see whether the city had a contract for following up on termites over the years, and they do not. So there was only one access point to the roof. They were able to get in there and take a look at it through that one spot, but there was nothing really visible there that was of any concern. The existing structure is presumed to have no historical significance based on our research of the state and the Federal Register. But a couple points below there, the structure may be eligible for local historical designation pursuant to Chapter 111-1.5. That's the designation of a local historic landmark of the Land Development Code, LDC. Such designation potentially offers a tax credit off of this 111 1.5.
If I could just elaborate briefly, the limited access that they were able to get into the building to look at the trusses and things like that, this was an initial phase 1 assessment that they conducted just to get us to this point. Anything further, any additional investigation would require some demolition to access, to be able to do a much more detailed assessment. So obviously, the building's still occupied, and we wanted to limit any destruction that would have to occur in order to do a more detailed assessment. So this is based on what we could access without impacting the existing facility substantially.
These are the findings from the architectural firm. The entrances from Main Street and Grant Street are not ADA compliant. The Grand Oak, it's at the corner of Main Street and Grant Street. The limbs overhang the majority of the building. This tree, I'm sure y'all have noticed, is supported by steel cables to help hold it up and hold it in place, and hopefully hold it up through any storms that come through. The building has some repairs to the beam, however, they appear to be structurally sound. And then they also found some ADA issues. The following ADA compliant issues were the restrooms and the restrooms vestibule, water fountain, and then the elevation changes to the main chamber room. Also, the existing windows do not comply with current building codes, and the roof drainage is not good. It needs to be improved, modified so that it drains better.
Mike, did you guys want to elaborate any on this? Just,
Jorge, if it's okay with you, maybe we could continue, and then I'll summarize the structural and then ask the consultants to do the same.
Okay.
So we don't want to interrupt the flow of your presentation.
Perfect.
All right. Engineering Matrix firm, they did the evaluation of the various systems through the building. The HVAC, they're recommending that we upgrade the system. They're recommending we upgrade the air conditioning system to accommodate more than 150 people to max out the occupancy. Also, the ductwork is fiberboard, so they're recommending we replace that with galvanized steel. Also, add an automatic temperature control system. All this would amount to about $303,800. Plumbing, to replace the above-ground plumbing due to its age, provide new roof drainage piping, restroom remodeling necessary to address ADA compliance. And this would be at a cost of $131,200.
And I guess as they go through this, and Mike and his consultants will elaborate, but the costs that Andy's summarizing here, these are just to address existing systems. It has no impact, and there's no consideration in these costs for repurposing the building. This is essentially bringing the building up to current code. So any repurposing, any change in use is not included in these costs. Those would be in addition to these costs. Okay.
The electrical, throughout the building, they need to provide code-required automatic lighting control, LED light fixtures. That would come to a cost of about $91,200. Also, the installation of a low-voltage system, which will provide voice/data structured cabling systems and connectivity, provide vice evaluations, addressable fire alarm cabling systems and devices, provide an IP surveillance cameras and devices, provide new access control cabling systems and devices, and then low voltage systems. That total cost would be about $42,000. Then the last two sections were the fire sprinkler system. The system needs to be replaced with a wet pipe fire sprinkler system, and this would be about $39,900. And then also a lightning protection system. It's not required, but it's recommended, and that would be about $15,000. all these costs would total about $623,100. Go ahead and take out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you want, this is a summary slide. I don't know if you want to jump in at this point, Mike?
Yeah, this would be good. I'll start off with the structural review of the building, and first of all, sorry it isn't as interesting as the artwork. We're talking about engineering things. But, you know, structurally, the bad news is, does the building meet code? No, it doesn't. But it doesn't have to meet code, as long as it continues under its current use. The good news is the bones of the building structurally are good. You know, we didn't find any significant deterioration. We found some wood rot around the outside structurally, but, you know, the beams, the roof, everything looked like it was in fairly good shape. The concern is that when we talk about repurposing a building, that would trigger a need to upgrade to the current code. And then we're opening up a box of some significant structural costs, because now it has to meet the current wind loads and all of the current requirements that are in the Florida Building Code. So with that, that's the structural quick summary. Then I think I'll ask the architect to summarize real quickly on what their findings are.
And if you guys could introduce yourselves for the record, just.
Chuck Barrett with Soffarelli and Associates. One of the big things starting from the top is the roof membrane. It's basically run its course. It's going to need a whole new roof system. Drainage is a kind of an issue with the downspouts. Some of it's has potential of erosion in the ground, so that's kind of needs to be addressed. Again, like Mike said, if we repurpose this building, the bathrooms are not even close to ADA requirements and would have to be upgraded. Hardware on all the doors needs to be upgraded to ADA compliance. It's basically a simple summary of that.
Thank you.
All right. Now I'd like to introduce Greg Bowen with Engineering Matrix and give a quick summary of the mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems.
Yeah, so as he said, Greg Bowen, Engineering Matrix, for the record. And I'll add a little clarification to some of the costs that were in the mechanical, electrical, plumbing. We evaluated the systems and we saw, like air conditioning, for instance, there's 5 units, 4 of them are at the end of their useful life. 1 was replaced 5 years ago. But we knew that the idea was to think about repurposing this building for some function. We asked if that was known, and it wasn't at the time. So I took a guess that if this building was going to be repurposed to something other than a city hall, there's going to be some renovation that happens. Some interior partitions are going to come down, some new partitions are going to go up, but not knowing whether it was going to be a library or a fitness center or an office building, I stuck with kind of keeping it as general office type layout. And so those costs that are in there, those are costs that would be expected to upgrade to comply with current codes if there was a minor renovation to repurpose this to an office-type facility. One point that I noted on the air conditioning system design was in 2001, there was a system that was installed outside to provide quite a bit of fresh ventilation air for typically max occupancy events. And I think that system was allowing for about 150 people to occupy this facility at a peak occupancy. It was replaced it was replaced in 2001. I think it was installed before that. And it was downsized to just a more conventional unit. It reduced the amount of ventilation air. So currently the building is set up from a ventilation code perspective to handle about 50 to 70 people. If something was going to be done and so the 150 people that was referenced there, it's going to add more cost to the air conditioning system. So a lot of that depends on what it's going to be repurposed to in terms of how accurate my cost estimate numbers are. But I wanted to kind of give an idea that if there was going to be some sort of a renovation, what sort of cost are you going to incur, so you could kind of compare that to new construction costs. But I would say air conditioning is at the end of its useful life, with the exception of that 1 unit that feeds some of the offices in the back. Electrical, adequate capacity, as long as the electrical room stays where the electrical room is, that appeared to be in pretty good condition. Plumbing, I would expect that you may start seeing some issues with underground plumbing. Again, a lot of that was installed in, I think, the 1978 renovation, and you may not have experienced anything, but it has kind of about a 50-year expected life before you'd start to see some issues. Fire alarm system is kind of at the end of its life in terms of just availability of parts. So all of those things is what led to the, I think there was $623,000 all-in number for the mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems if we did a renovation.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess to summarize our team's position, there are some problems with the building, exclusive of structural, but any renovation or repurposing is going to require an upgrade to the current code. There will be significant cost involved. So I believe what the decision's going to have to be made is, are those costs, how do those costs compare to the cost of a new structure? And is there a desire from the commission or the community to keep the building for a historic purpose? That should enter into it also. For enough money, anything can be saved. You know, we were the structural engineers on the Fenway Hotel and also on the Bellevue Biltmore Hotel. But both of those projects were historically significant and took a lot of money to save. So it's not impossible. It really comes down to a dollar decision, I believe. With that, I would entertain any questions from my team.
So Jennifer, I want to be very clear on the guidance that you're looking for from us. And I'm not trying to lead the conversation in any way or shape or form, but just to go back, the last conversation, well, the 2018 conversation on the Deep was presented that this would be a park.
Correct.
An active park.
Correct.
You know, Pioneer Park Junior, East.
Correct.
Yes.
Sorry, John L.
John L.
Lawrence,
Lawrence.
stop it, you know what I mean. And at that time, that was sort of just accepted as the whole part of the plan. Then it became a question on, do we want to do something with this building? So that's why we're looking at it. So are you looking for us to get to the point of saying building or no building? Or are you looking, like, what would be the best case scenario for you? I'm trying to see if we can actually get there. We may not be able to, but.
I think the best case scenario for staff, from staff's perspective, it would be building, no building, if we can get there. Just in terms of timing and those types of things for when we move into the new city hall. I know that the mayor, you had expressed a desire not to see a dark building, you know, in the middle of our downtown.
Absolutely do not want to see a dark building in the middle of our downtown.
Right, and so the downtown East End plan did show that this is a little pocket park, a green space. And we did have a discussion and you know, in terms of what that would look like. If that were the case, then we would need to build a restroom, you know, in this area, because these are the public restrooms during the day.
Yeah.
So, and not necessarily during the evening. So,
Well, if it was a park, not to interrupt you, but if it did go into the park direction, we'd have to design the park and cost it out.
Correct.
Same as what we're doing with this.
Right, it's not cost neutral. I think if anything, you know, when we're looking at this building from staff's perspective, we need to look at it not just as this building. We need to look at it in the context of the downtown East End plan. In terms of Gateway is going to go under construction in November. Ocean Optics will go under construction at some point. So, you know, how does that whole plan look, which you did in 2018? You looked at the whole plan. And you know, where does this building or this lot sit in relation to that plan in the future, and not just now, you know, what we're going to use it for now, but what the future would look like, you know, for this particular area. So I think it's important, as I said, to look at this whole thing holistically. I think that the city commission really wanted us to circle back and look at the assessment, just to make sure that we looked under every rock. I mean, if, you know, the bones are good, if it were in great shape, you know, what else could we do with it? It's not in great shape. It would cost a lot of money for somebody to purchase it, or if we put out an RFP, it would also cost a lot of money for someone to design and form some sort of a valid adaptive or a useful adaptive reuse in the center of downtown. So, we're looking to have that discussion, amongst the city commission. Staff supported the downtown East End plan, which showed this as green space. I don't want to lead that discussion either today, in terms of the dialogue that you're going to have. First time the five of you have discussed this together with this assessment in your hand for what the condition of the building is.
Okay. That's just what I'm trying to get out of the whole thing. I'm just going to go right to you.
Okay, I do have some questions. There was some disparity. At first, you talked about 1948, then you talked about 1964 in all your reports. So which is which? Was it what happened in 1948? You said this building was actually built in 1964. Where did you get the 1948 figure?
Actually,
66.
if I could chime in, we actually did some research. I think that the figures that they pulled, it was from the property appraiser's office. Doug Hutchins, Phyllis Gorshey did some additional research, and all the documentation that we could find was what's in the staffing, that the building was built in 1964 as the library and then the subsequent changes. So we believe that the data at the property appraiser's office is not correct.
And, okay, so how long has this building been used as City Hall? So I'm trying to remember, because I know we went to the Douglas, we moved to the Douglas Plaza.
1996, was it?
Yeah, I mean, it was built in 64. We were able to find the original dedication of the building and all that, but the information that we have as far as when the library moved and when this facility took in some of the services that were at MSB and TSB was in around 1978.
Okay,
Yep.
so 1978, so we've been using this building for
45 years.
45,
Roughly.
This building has been used for 45 years. How many sitting mayors did we have sit in this building?
You can probably look up there and figure.
Oh, I mean, I think I can, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I mean.
Probably Judy Gold there.
Judy Gould is what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you talk about repurposing, what I'm trying to figure out is the original footprint. So the original footprint did not include which portions? City Commission offices? How was this really situated?
Well, we do, by the way, we do have the original construction plans from 1963. So I'm not sure where our report came up with a 48 number, but it did definitely, the plans are 1963.
Right. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where the 1948 came in.
Yeah, I think the original building was like the octagon, and then there were the subsequent additions.
Yeah.
So the original building was what?
The octagon,
This room was the original in when?
64.
1964. Okay, and then the commission offices, is that what was sort of thrown on?
Well, they moved in 78. I think there was some remodeling done to convert it from library to
So
City Hall.
1978, that's when the commission offices went.
No, that's when the renovation was done to create the City Hall.
Because it went to the library moved
Yeah,
in 1978.
So then in 96 is when there was some remodeling done in the commission chambers, and then the commission office space was added in 2004.
Which is when the TV station was added too.
Correct.
But part of it was add and part of it was refigure,
So, what I couldn't figure out, because a picture is better than 1,000 words, why, I know this is in the Dunedin Times, why didn't we have any historical things to look at as it was originally configured? I mean, they have all this stuff on the
Well,
Dunedin
they've
Times.
got the construction drawings from 63, so.
Okay, so I missed that. Can you?
Vice
throw that-
Mayor, if I may, the reason why we didn't is that we're looking at the assessment right now, and then we'll look at next steps, but.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out, because one of your arguments was that if you use this same footprint, you couldn't do it anymore. I mean, if you raised the building, you could not use this same footprint because of the ADA and things that you absolutely would have to invest. Is that correct? That's the way I read it.
It would be more about setbacks.
You've got to step up to the microphone for the record.
That really, what we have is, the new codes would have setbacks that we wouldn't have this footprint. There also would be parking and retainage and drainage issues that would change everything of what would be buildable footprint.
So-
you
With
would
new
change-
codes.
You could not put a new building on that footprint, right or wrong?
This footprint.
This footprint.
So, Vice Mayor, there's the last slide in the PowerPoint presentation, which actually Jennifer had me provide this report to George Kinney to make sure that we could look at it with respect to those things that are allowable within the current zoning, which the City Hall is municipal public lands, MPL. So that last slide kind of runs
What
through.
last slide are you talking about?
It's the very last slide in the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
Is that what this is?
No, I thought you wanted to see the plans. I just switched.
Oh, wait, what is that? What is that?
That's the building plans. It was asking if you.
That's the original?
building.
That's the original building
Yeah.
footprint?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is kind of how I remember it, where it kind of stuck out with those offices, the office that was here, a couple offices that were there. And then, because the commission didn't have as many offices before.
The commission,
96.
we met back in what I remember is that we had one room back in.
Spare office. It
was
The
shared.
spare office where Jorge is now living, or whatever.
I do spend quite a bit of time there, yes.
So,
Yeah, okay, so the last slide, 9 of 9, okay.
Yes.
Got
okay,
that.
so you did, but we still don't have any pictures, which are very helpful to see what a building originally looked like. I mean, we're not engineers.
Internal one, yeah.
We're not engineers.
Yeah, interestingly, the building was designed by Ted Fosnock and Mel Schultz, who had an office in the brick building right downtown. I'm old enough to remember them both.
I remember them too.
Okay, so Jorge,
So.
the last slide there?
So this is to respond to some of the Vice Mayor's comments as far as, sorry, wrong slide. There we go. So George Kinney looked at it as well, and then provided input with respect to the current zoning for this parcel. So again, it's municipal public lands that allows the commission some latitude on what might go here were this building to be demolished and some other structure were to be built on location absent a park setting. So as is, I won't read you the entire slide, but it permits certain dimensional setback waivers that would be allowed by the commission within the downtown core. The parking, again, there's some things that are calculated differently in MPL and the downtown core with respect to you can do in lieu of parking. So there is some ability for the commission to provide direction as to what might be on this parcel should this building not be here. That is different than what he was indicating as a standard development within the city. You would have to meet all these other different criteria. So obviously, we would still need to meet stormwater criteria for the parcel, but there is some latitude the commission can take with respect
And if
to.
it was designated,
That's also your prerogative.
and if it is municipal public land, my question is, what would a public-private partnership work where we did put out an RFP, that if with a historic designation as a landmark for the many years that it was used as a library and a city hall. There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that have been in this room. I think, I mean, you would all agree about that.
Yes, I used to sit
Yeah, I've
there
shed
and had a
some
lot of
tears
blood,
and
sweat,
blood
and tears,
and-
Yeah, so if it was a public-private partnership with a designation, and someone would take over a renovation on the footprint as it is now, would there be any availability for the city to be the public partnership, part of that, by some ability to, of the land? I mean, because you have the building and you have the land. So
It
that
would
was.
be, not to interrupt you, but wouldn't it be similar to, we lease to,
Oh, yeah, the Historic Museum.
Well, it's Art Center,
the Art Center, and we
Yeah.
have leases for, the Causeway and the marina as well.
I think, though, in the case of a P3, though, the city would rely upon that private entity to finance the reconstruction of the building itself.
would
So
work with
100%.
150%.
We don't have the
So
money.
to answer your question directly, though, Vice Mayor, that P3 is an option.
It would be an option.
Yeah, and, the more stipulations you put on that proposal or that P3, the less interest you're going to generate. That's just, we did that actually, and it wasn't a P3, but we did that with the house on, the Mediterranean-style house on.
Kellogg?
No, the other one that Linda Businger purchased.
Skinner.
No, the one that Linda Businger purchased.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, so, and that's just a smaller example, but, yeah, I mean, if that were the direction of the commission, that's something that.
You've lost me. Can you say
Yeah.
that again?
So we put the house in, I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of
No,
it.
no, no,
You-
no, no, I know, you got the wrong street.
Right, I do.
Yeah, it's Aberdeen.
Aberdeen, thank you.
Aberdeen.
Yeah, Aberdeen. You recall that we actually took possession of Aberdeen, and then we put it on the market with a stipulation that it be historic moving forward. And so, it would be similar to that, only in this case, the P3 would be, we're going to put this on the market, and we need a private entity to finance this.
And here's the thing, if I can just jump in, and I don't want to poo-poo any ideas, I'm open to all of it, but I would say to you that the entities in my mind that would want to be here would be either a museum of some type or, that type of thing, or a really high-end restaurant with all that visibility. We have been approached about a high-end restaurant over and over and
It could-
over and
it could
over and
easily be
over
that.
and over again. But I don't think they're going to invest that kind of money, because then they're going to have to pay for parking as well. That's my thing. They're not going to have enough. They're not going to have enough parking, and we're not going to waive it either. I mean, come on, we can't do that if we're spending buku bucks down the road. So that's where I think the ROI is definitely not there for a museum unless we're partnering financially, or something like that, we'll just say nonprofit, And then if you go down to, trying to do something like we do with Walt or Glenn or whatever, I don't see them coming in and footing the entire bill either.
But if I can finish.
Sure.
I'm not really sure, I was thinking office, and then, I had a very interesting discussion with Jennifer on that. But I think retail, I think, we have been talking also a long time about a performing arts, performance, small venue. I don't know if this will work for it, to me, because, you do have some side of visibility there. But, I mean, this is almost built up into a stage where you could have a screen for, we've often talked about having what's the movie theater down in, is it St. Pete Beach? It's a very small, they're almost lost to us, these small, intimate movie theaters. But anyway.
And again, I totally agree with you. I would love to see that. I just don't think it's financially feasible. That's the problem. I mean,
you would
without
have to-
us investing significant amount of money.
You would have to have a movie theater, because you were talking about working with some movie theater over there that would come in and they would do that, remember? You talked about that.
Right, over there,
Right, and that. did
because they
not-
had parking.
Well, we were gonna
Just
have
wouldn't have the
parking a block away.
Except that parking is gonna be used up by all our employees that are in that building.
Not
They-
every night.
No, but I'm just telling you, we would have needed that garage in order to do that.
But then that garage would have totally blocked our beautiful city hall. So, anyway, that's my idea, and look at something really innovative with a public-private, and I'd like to just get the word
And
out.
you're saying that in the sense of saving the building?
Saving the building, but I also, to be very fair, I think that there should be a certain time that we throw it out there, see if there's any interest, and then if there is not, we're going to have to go to a Plan B. I think that's very reasonable. Throw it out there, that we're open to it, we would like to save it, but if there's no interest, then, I think you'll have to, it would be wrong for me to say that I am not against parklets. I love parklets. But I do feel, I remember my next door neighbor, Fran Truslow, when I first came here, and she was really mad because she said, well, I helped build that library, and it was a beautiful library, and then they moved us down to Douglas. And she said, I'm not going to work on anything else for the city of Dunedin. I really tried hard on this library. So that was a very long time ago. And so that's my best thing that I can do at this time, is a really innovative public-private, and with the historic designation and a very innovative usage.
Okay. Commissioner Franny.
Well, first, I was not clear. Like, I know you said as far as the drainage piece of the roof, not, that all has to be redone. But there also was the fact that it sounded like the roof probably needs to be redone, period. And is that included in the 600,000?
I don't think so.
The 600,000 was strictly the mechanical electrical system.
Right, so actually, if in fact the roof really is coming soon, that's a whole nother cost.
Yes.
Any idea what that would be?
Not.
Probably 50 grand at least.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
I mean, it got done
25
here
for
in
my
2000.
house.
Those
Yeah.
squares, no.
Yeah.
Actual size to give a price, but then you got the cost of all the ADA, changing out your bathrooms and, grade, the back exit door has a step down, that's got to be changed.
That's all included in the 600,000, right?
No.
Oh, it's
No, it's
not,
not.
okay.
There's
And
another probably close to 600,000 in remodel.
okay. And that's not even to make it look good, because I don't think it looks good either. on
You
the
have a
outside.
lot of windows that need to be changed out.
Yeah.
The storefront, the front doors.
Okay, so the 600,000 is to bring it to code of what we have to do, another 600,000 probably for added remodeling.
And code compliance.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there, go ahead,
Excuse me,
Mike.
the first 600,000 is strictly to address mechanical, electrical, plumbing issues with the
Gotcha.
building, to bring it back to an office-type occupancy.
Okay.
So the other costs are not included in that 600,000.
And then there's a comment in here that basically says we'd be approaching the number to replace the building. And based on our recent experience,
It's close.
would it really be close? Because the bids we're getting for,
You
what
can't-
was the joke you said to me the other
Well,
day?
we can't build a pram shed for this.
Right, so I mean, so let alone thinking
Oh,
we'd
here's your
actually.
cram shed.
Right.
You just have to walk.
And what the
a couple
cart
miles
barn
to get to the
costs us,
water.
I'm thinking,
I
ooh.
just-
Granted, it's a lot more square footage, but, okay, let's see what else I have. I appreciate the comment about the access point, because I had that question. And I just noted, you would have to demolish parts to get better access to see the roof, but we already know the roof's in bad shape, to see other areas. And there's multiple places in here that warrant closer look, additional investigation required. Who knows what that tacks in? Do we know the condition of the tree?
I mean, I know that Craig's looked at it. It's obviously been cabled up and supported. I think every intent is for it to remain supported and
We get the
protected.
cables checked regularly, I'd assume.
I think he looks at it periodically. I don't know if they tension it every couple of years or
Think's
not.
not a good word to use when I'm,
Well,
just think.
it's
No,
still there. It's survived a couple.
I just remember it cost $25,000 originally cabling that, and I've seen them check them, but, that's a work in progress. And of course, the whole thing's based on the use as an office, so that becomes, I just, and I appreciate what you're saying, Commissioner Kynes. I look at this and I just see money, 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 and Mike, I appreciated your comment because, anything can be saved, and I think your words were for the right amount of money, everything can be saved. And, I just, I see this as not a good road for us to go down. I just think it's got money, money, money written all over it. When I think about the park, which was our original thought process, think about it. A park, and we got the Hanu right here, and we got a potential steakhouse coming in. I mean, so we'd have this great breathing green space, and we'd be filling out Main Street with those restaurants behind it. Versus trying to make something happen here. I agree, I think probably, and I've heard it, wouldn't this be a cool restaurant? It could be, but again, there's a lot. If it became a theater, you'd have a lot more than just the basics getting it up to snuff. And you'd want to bring it up to all the codes, plus extra air conditioning because of the extra capacity. And none the least of which, my concern on that is just the parking. Like, we already have a parking issue, so adding to a big venue right in the middle of everything just adds a whole element that kind of makes me nervous. Let me think if I have any other direct questions, though. Yeah, I don't have any actual other questions. I do think the decision needs to be made sooner rather than later, because I don't want a dark place either on the street. If I thought that this made sense for a theater location or something, I'd be all about it. I'm just not sure this is the right spot. I'm a full fan of theater. I'm just not sure this is the spot for it. I just see money signs all over the place. So, and I just think with a nonprofit group, I think we're going to get pulled to want to, for them to want us to help. And I don't think we're in the fiscal position to do it right now, to this level. So, those are just some of my thoughts. I'll wait and see what my comrades think.
Commissioner?
I reviewed all the information. I discussed it with Deputy City Manager, and I have no further questions.
Okay. Well, would you like to tell us what you're thinking, so we have something to respond to?
Sure, if you'd like for me to.
Yes, please.
So, not in the form of a question then.
No.
I see this as the Englisher Garden and no facility here.
Okay.
A park.
Man, that was short and sweet.
Ah,
Oh, John.
that was succinct.
You're welcome.
John, that's never happened. No, just teasing. Okay, Commissioner?
Yeah, I just want to be clear that we currently own the building and the property. If we sublet it to anybody, if we do anything, these costs come into play.
At least,
Okay.
because those don't include the roof.
They do, Commissioner, they come into play.
They do come
They
into
would be
play.
passed down, right.
Okay. I really find it interesting. I'm just reflecting back on the Kellogg Mansion and how upset we were. And it was all about, we just can't afford to fix it, and how a lot of the public, and even me, didn't understand it. And now it's personal. Now it's us going through that same process, and really how painful it is. I know St. Andrew's Presbyterian is looks like they're going to be tearing down their original sanctuary. And
No.
It's terrible.
It's the curb.
Yeah,
Well, the
no,
current-
no.
Well, but it's,
Yeah, but it's
for me, it was
the
the original
appendage,
sanctuary,
yeah.
right. And it's got that beautiful architectural roof on it. And I get calls all the time.
No, it doesn't.
But Jeff, with all due respect, this is not like the Kellogg Mansion.
Yeah,
I mean,
this
I do
isn't.
not see this in any way, shape, or form comparable to the Kellogg Mansion.
Well, I'm.
I mean, I respect
No,
what you do.
he's saying.
Historically,
He's
yeah.
saying.
Historically, I'm just talking
Yeah.
about
The
the
pain
cost.
versus the pain.
Yeah.
Right, no, this is not.
I just don't want, because I love history, I'll preserve anything. I mean, sometimes you have to step up, but to me, this isn't comparable, but I just wanted to,
Right, no, right, I was just comparing the thought process, not necessarily the value
Gotcha.
of it historically or otherwise. I know the public is waiting for us to do something. You hear it all the time, what's the next steps, what are we doing? I certainly think it would be the wrong move for us to make a decision today on it as something definitive without the public being aware, even though this is publicly advertised. Be very concerned about that. For my druthers, what I'd like to see here is open space to include public restrooms and actually family-oriented for young families. We're an urban environment down here. It would be great to have some sort of playground equipment. I don't know what that looks like, but something inviting so that parents can bring their young kids down here for something, to have some sort of respite. And it's not just about the bars and restaurants and retail, that they can rest and hopefully through that respite area, spend more time downtown. And so open space for me.
So when we went out for the new city hall over there, when we were doing all the public meetings as to what people wanted over there, the biggest thing they talked about is, you'll remember, they wanted green space and gathering spots, right? But we only had so much space to do with what we were doing. And what we said was, don't worry about it there, you're gonna have green space a block away, which was here. And so we curbed that concern of theirs over there by saying we were gonna have it here. And I don't forget that just because our building's almost done. And there's a lot of concrete over there. So to me, I feel like you have to kind of, I mean, unless there's some huge compelling reason, you have to kind of stick with what you've said to people and at least, why you've done it and what your next steps are. I just feel like the problem with the building, again, I'll go back to saying, it's either going to be a nonprofit who's going to want us to participate and won't be able to afford to do what they need to do, or it's going to be a higher-end restaurant or entertainment venue. And yeah, they may sink the money here, but the parking is going to go to hell. And, they're going to want us to allow them to get free parking and not have to pay $8,000 a spot, which is what they're going to need. As far as the theater goes, I mean, I had thought about that too. I've talked to Greg, I've talked to Elizabeth. At least what they've told me, and this has been in the last month or 6 weeks, is that they don't want this spot for it. They're not looking at this. They're looking at other places, and they're actually looking outside the downtown right now, but they don't want this. That's what Greg Brady told me to my face. We don't want that.
if it didn't have a lot of problems, it's a cool space, but it's the wrong place, wrong time, wrong conditions,
Which is a bummer, because, I mean, I wish it could be. I mean, who wouldn't want a theater on Main Street? I absolutely want that. I just think this building is... I was 5 years old in my Easter bonnet coming in here to the library, I want you to know. So I've been in this building a lot over my lifetime.
That's a visual.
And I'm
That's
56.
the picture I want, okay, that's the picture.
So I have 50 years I've been coming into this darn building. But I don't think, I don't think it'll work financially. That's the problem. And listen, you heard me under the last subject, green privacy fence netting. Okay, so if something's important, the money isn't always what's in my head, okay? It's what's right for the area. What I would say, what I do think is, I think that if this was open space, it can take some onus off of Pioneer Park. So Pioneer Park on the weekends has 2 days of a market on that grass, right? We poured more concrete because couldn't keep enough grass. Well, maybe one day the market's down there and one day the market's up here, And, I would love to see what a prototype plan for this park could be. And to me, I think if we could get, what does a plan cost? And then maybe look at some options for that. We can get public input of what they want to see. I think another an area for people to perform is good. Because again, this is the East End revitalization plan. This is to essentially revitalize from, Highland East. And even further west, I would say from Dr. Zerbos's office, east, really. And we only have so much time to do it. I don't know how much demolition's going to cost.
Actually,
$40,000.
Actually, we had Andy check this. I was going to provide that information for your consideration on the different options. Absent doing an asbestos survey, which we would need to do, which we'll need to perform. Andy did check in the county contract that, as we did with MSB and TSB, that we could piggyback and utilize. We've received an estimate that would be $40,000 to demolish them. Now, we would need to do an asbestos survey that might raise that price if they have to do some asbestos mitigation prior to demolition, but given that, at least you have an idea what that would, to address the concern of the building going dark once staff moves out, then that would allow time for programming and looking at different options for the parcel.
Yeah, because essentially, God forbid, Bob over there is going to be choking when I say this. We could throw some sod down and call it a day until we could actually get a plan.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, we could. And
sod's not going to cost
and
us that much money. And,
we
could still leave the sitting walls for people.
And we could also repurpose some street bricks that are on the parcel.
There you go.
Now that, underneath here is brick.
Yes.
Did you know that?
Yes, ma'am.
Brick.
But we could do, because it's going to take us, 6 months to 8 months to create the darn plan. We got to put the money in the budget to pay for the plan.
Bob Parr already has it pretty much laid out. That's
Because
my guess.
I can see some kind of smaller version stage that's not the size of the one at Pioneer Park, but it could be for some outdoor performing arts. It could be for, I don't know. You have to really see what the property looks like without this building. I'm just telling you, he said some things, you said some things you like, I'm just throwing some things I like, but I think I agree the building's got to go.
Well, if I lose this thing, which I may, but I was going to give it my best shot. When we actually decide, and then I would say this parklet would be a very important place for a major public art and public places.
I would agree with that.
So, and I do think.
That's what she wanted all along. She's just been.
And twinkle lights in the trees.
I did not want it all along. I really came in to really see if there was a workable solution for this property. But I do think that it would be important, whatever is decided among my colleagues is that you retain some of, like the brick, something of, because it has been a landmark to a lot of people in the city of Dunedin for a lot of years.
Deborah, this building's historic to me.
Yes, it is.
I was a kid out of college starting to work in that office to the right of the front door.
I was a kid in elementary school.
I'm just saying, this building is, I mean, Bob Ironsmith and I were talking about the stories, the memories that are in this building. I get that, and I totally agree that we keep a piece of it, you know,
Or
for the
a
generations
side
that have,
marker,
whatever.
The site of the old
That's
city
not a
hall
killer.
and the
I know, sorry, Jeff.
1964 library.
Totally not a
You know, but
Yeah,
I think
past
definitely-
site of, you know, the thing we have in front of the golf club, the thing we have in front of the boat club, we could do one of those.
Well, you need a site marker, but
Well, you keep
need
the
to-
plaque to begin with, somehow you.
You do
know,
need to
stuff
keep,
to-
you know, some of the remnants of this building intact for something to be able to show as a landmark, which it has been to a lot of people.
Okay, so can I give to you what I think I can get consensus direction on? Because
Yes,
we're at a work session, we're not taking a vote.
Correct.
We're giving guidance, so the guidance, I think, should be confirm that demolition, right?
With asbestos.
Yeah.
We will
What
do
it
that.
would cost, how long it would take, when, timing of it, because, you know, the holidays are coming, right? Any of those things that we need to know on that piece of it. What would it cost to do a plan for the park? You know, get a quote or whatever. And maybe some, you know, suggestions of things that we haven't talked about or thought about that should be included in that. And then with that discussion, I think we can take a formal vote, at least on the demolition part. You know,
We would have to bring that to the commission.
yeah,
anyway.
yeah. So, does that sound okay? And we can get some public input and,
I think we should go for public input, but I guess, you know, I do want to say that I did have a different view. I think that's important.
No,
because
I think you did.
because
It was
I think it's
great.
important to express that we do have differing views.
sure.
So Mayor, also, I think that we need to have Sue Burness, our Director of Communications, put together the communication plan as well for, you know, not based upon.
When we demolish?
Yeah, well, based upon this meeting today, what the consensus direction of the commission is, what the next steps are, and put that out so that we can educate the public, and that, the fact that it will be coming back to the city commission. I do see that there's going to be some comments out in the community, and so I think that we need to put that plan together sooner than later. And also, you know, with all due haste, put together that demolition plan.
Well, that's why I'm saying, because the holidays are coming, I think that's got to be the big priority, and what the, you know, we've got to throw some sod down or whatever, we got to do something to make it look decent before we design the actual thing, because that's going to take a much longer, that's going to be more, you know, centric of people giving us ideas, a landscape architect, I don't know.
Well, I think that the other.
All of that, but that's a second factor.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be two phases. First of all, demolition component, and then the second part is the plan. The plan will be rolled into the report that we bring back to all of you. And also, I think that we need to put together what the plan is to save the trees, if we have.
Right, and that's got to be number one.
Right.
Number one.
Well, that is a landmark.
It is.
That itself is a
Yeah.
landmark.
So, you know.
That's the best part. of
That's
this
a
whole
lot to
cycle,
think
yeah.
through
How
already.
long site?
I don't think you need more from us on that. I mean, I think, again, this will be one of those rolling things of how it'll work. But the vote part will be the demolition plan, whatever.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
That's the correct way to do this?
It would be within my delegated authority for not doing the asbestos removal, but that said, it needs to come back to the commission.
No, I think, I mean, we have to, we're not voting here today. We're giving consensus direction to next steps.
Correct.
So when we're doing that on such a big thing, I don't care, I think you have to bring it back.
Yeah.
So
I'd like
that
to
there's-
make a couple comments
Sure.
if I can. Number one, because this could be very important to people in the downtown. It's a big decision. I don't think you're going to get this done before Christmas time, in my personal opinion. I don't think you're going to be tearing this down in that time period, but if it works, then it works. But I think we need to give it enough time to let people have input and know that what we're doing. And you're pointing that out, Mayor. You're saying, you know, we're going to take a vote on it, and so here's where we're going, and we're going to rediscuss that then. We're going to say, well, now why did we decided to tear this down? I know we had a workshop today, but not everybody reads about this, but now they'll read about it. Now they'll say, here's where we're looking to go. Give people enough time to think about it and whatever. We don't even know when we're actually leaving this building ourselves personally, or as a collective unit, as a collective unit. And then have that meeting and then decide that this is coming down and we need to put something else here. The English or garden, I want to point out.
Well, I think it's going to take you a little while to put together.
into,
A couple of weeks, I would assume, if not a month.
Yeah, we could certainly pursue demolition, but we got to make sure we have a new home before we knock it down, so.
Well, that too, but I mean, you also have to have, you know, a plan for what happens after demolition. That's, again.
Yeah.
Oh, and what's the timing of it as opposed to season, holiday? I mean, I'd rather tear it down in the middle of the holidays than in the middle of season. And that's saying a terrible thing. Either way, it's terrible, but.
We'll do after rent space.
You know, Kim just showed up.
I know, I was going to let her talk, but Commissioner Gao was going to say something.
oh, no, I just wanted to piggyback off of John's comments, and I certainly agree with them, and I know that we've talked about the concern for dark space. And while I know we don't want that, I also don't want us to be afraid of that. I don't want to rush through this because we're afraid of it being dark, that we're not taking due consideration on the process, especially as it reflects upon the community. And that I'm okay that this sits dark for a while if the intention is good.
Well, for a while, we sat with it being torn up, and visitors were like, what's with your city hall? It looks like, you know.
But don't forget don't forget too, though, if it's torn down, they can see what's behind it.
Oh,
So it benefits
Yeah,
others.
I agree, but in Hanu needs to be seen, but it's been blocked for how many years now? I think if it's dark for another 6 months.
Well, just remember, if it's dark, we're still incurring costs. We're running air
Well, that's the
conditioning.
thing. Whereas if it's demolished, come on down.
Aloha, how are you? Kimberly Platt, owner of the Honu Restaurant, right behind City Hall here. I'm ecstatic this conversation is here for real now. I think your new building is amazing and what you guys deserve, so good job on that. I don't care when you tear it down. I don't care if you keep it as a art center, whatever it was going to be. My main concern is what happens with anything that is living here that is not human in the process.
When it sits empty.
Yeah,
And we have a
when it
lot
sits
of that
empty.
while we're in it. I hear it.
Yes, it terrifies me.
Should come at 2 in the morning.
And I am the closest place
Yes.
for
them
things to
run
move
over
to.
So,
And,
I mean, there's all those considerations.
Yeah, that's my main concern, but
Vernon.
I'm with you guys. Do whatever you need to do with it. I'm happy either way. If you keep it, you don't keep it. I'm just happy it's happening.
Yes.
You know, so I just want to say thank you for you guys for getting there, and proud of that building over there. You guys should be too. It's really gorgeous. I can't wait to see inside.
All right, thank you, Kim. Anybody else wish to speak to this item? Okay, go ahead.
No, I just want to tag on to John's thing, too. I mean, I think that's the importance of communicating quickly on what's happening here. Maybe the Beacon will do an article. Just because, you know, while we're doing all our due diligence as quickly as we can, let people take a breath and realize, because, I mean, even for us, we made a decision like 4 years ago, and then boom. You know, I know we brought it up, but we've not really talked about it at length. So the more we can push the information out, so if somebody wants to, you know, have some, you know, thought that they want to throw into the mix, they have time to think about it, so. That's it.
John's Coffee and Beer stopped.
Okay.
It's a good comment.
Do you have the
We have our
consensus direction
Thank
you think you need?
Do you need any more
for the next
detail, or?
steps? No. Gentlemen, thank you so terribly much. You'll have to help them with the whole asbestos thing, whichever is the appropriate person, and we appreciate your report and all the hard work.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're just going to take a little 5-minute because then we're going into the Jennifer budget thing, so we are going to definitely go under, we're going to go over time, but I gotta have a break.
It's time.
No, okay. All right, welcome back for our final conversation under city manager update. So I'm going to open this a little bit, and then I'll turn it over to Jennifer. After, we've had several conversations about the rollback rate, and we had the last one. And I just felt like I wanted us to be able, at least for me personally, I wanted to have a lot more information on cause and effect of what steps. I wanted to have all the facts in front of me if we were going to have this conversation at all, this week or 2 weeks from now. So I felt it was really important to request that of Jennifer, and so I did, and this is what we got from it. So I will turn that over to Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor. We lost the Vice Mayor, but I guess she
took a box of chocolates.
That's right. I'm just going to, if I may, just give an overview and then hand it over to Les and Ashley for the details. So the mayor did request that staff prepare the agenda memo before you in regards to the rollback rate. And there are lots of different scenarios that we could work with as far as a rollback rate goes. We wanted to keep it as simple as possible. I don't know if we attain that because it's always really difficult when you talk about the budget and rollback and all the numbers and those types of things. So during the course of the last commission, God bless you, last commission meeting or the commission workshop number 3, Commissioner Torga had mentioned a full rollback with a readjustment in 2024. He felt that it would put some funds back in the pockets of our residents, and yes, indeed, it would. And Les is going to go over some of those details. We, however, when we were working up our scenarios, felt that it's really important to show the commission and the residents who may be watching the impact because we always do it when we adopt our budget. We always look out. What's the next fiscal year and then all the years after that. And a rollback rate, no matter how much it is going to impact subsequent years. And so when we were drafting that, we felt it was important to show you the impact of a full rollback on the budget moving forward on the 2 funds that it would impact, which would be the general fund and the CRA as well. I think it's important to note that you have the tentative budget, the first public hearing on the 15th. We wanted to provide this information to you in enough time for you to be able to digest it. And that it would be useful to you when you consider the adopting the budget and the first tentative budget. Staff is still recommending 4.1345 as a millage rate. We don't need to get any more into that. But we did do an analysis based upon the 2 scenarios, which Les is going to go over right now, and then we'll be able to answer any questions that you may have. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Les.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Les Tyler, the Finance Director, and I'm also here with Ashley Kempton, the Budget Manager. We're here to analyze, as Jennifer mentioned, looking at the general fund and the CRA fund, what a full rollback would look like for 2023 and also future years. As Jennifer mentioned, our current millage rate is 4.1345. It's been that since 2016. The rollback rate for 2023 is 3.7005. Also, at the end of the memo, we have some information for the estimated financial impact for the average taxable value for residents in the city of Dunedin that we'll walk through later in the comments too. Just some brief background on the general fund. It's our city's main operating fund. A lot of our departments are paid out of the general fund. Our law enforcement contract with the County of Pinellas, our fire rescue and EMS is paid there. Our Parks and Rec department, our library department, streets department, community development and economic development departments. Many support departments are in the general fund. Human resources, city manager, city clerk, and finance. And also, we also have allocations to internal service funds, such as IT services, fleet, and facilities to the general fund. The general fund, I'd like to start with the tentative budget. As Jennifer mentioned, our tentative budget for 2023 that we'll be bringing to the commission on Thursday evening is in attachment 1 of the memo. And that's really our current proposed budget. We had a few adjustments since the August 16th workshop. We'll be walking through those in detail on Thursday night, but I did want to mention that We had adjustments in the general fund that totaled $95,000 in 2023, and our proposed tentative budget has a reserve in 2023 of 18%, and our shortfall is in the proposed budget $1,095,000, and that went up about $30,000 from our August 16th discussions. And I also want to mention that our tentative budget has our millage rate at 4.1345 mils all years, out to 28. So that's our tentative budget and attachment 1. Staff has included in the memo for fiscal year 23 2 scenarios that we'd like to briefly go over. The first is regarding the full rollback to the 3.7005 millage rate. The first scenario is a rollback to the millage rate of 3.7005 to be applied each year beginning in fiscal 23. And that would be the same rate every year out to 28, and that's attachment 2 in your staffing. And a couple of comments on attachment 2. The first is property tax revenues in 23 would decrease by $1.459 million in 2023. The 2023 rollback would reduce the fiscal year 23 unassigned fund balance below the 15% target. Our tentative budget has an estimated available reserve of 18%, and in this scenario with the full rollback, our reserve would go below 15 to about 13.9%, slightly below the goal. So we would need to reduce expenditures in 2023 by about $350,000 to reach our 15% target. And there's various adjustments that could be done to reduce expenses by $350,000. In the staff report, staff has proposed certain ones, and I'll mention those now. We've some that we could do would be cancel or push out our Ready for 100 solar feasibility and energy audit of $100,000. Another one we would consider or recommend staff would be reducing travel and training costs by $50,000. Another could be cancel or push out the community center floor project, which is $110,000. Another would be consider cancel or push out the marina master plan for $100,000. Also cancel or push out the trees, the lights in the trees, which is $50,000 a year. And I want to mention that these are examples that staff recommends. Commission could direct staff to reduce expenses in other areas if they chose to do so for both labor and non-labor to get back to that 15% goal. But those are examples that we wanted to propose.
Before you go on, Les,
Sure.
I just want to interrupt. So just to be very clear, the rollback rate is in fiscal year 2023 would be, we would not cut levels of service or labor necessarily. It would be more the programs that are inherent right now within the business plan. So I want to be very clear.
But you would have to do it in 2024.
We would have to either move back or cancel those, because if we don't do them in 2023, then, and we're still at that 3.7 rollback.
Yeah, these projects aren't going to just get moved out. They're going to get canceled altogether.
Right.
Because if it stays at 3.7, then there'll be more cuts, more cuts, more cuts.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So anyway, go ahead, Les.
Oh, thank you, Jennifer. Yeah. These proposed adjustments total $585,000 that are outlined in the staff in the memo, and that's more than the $350,000. And as I mentioned, we could choose an assortment of different ones to make it that $350,000 reduction to get back to our 15% target. So that'd be the impact on 23. Now, for the long-term impact in the general fund, first I want to mention in 2024, there would be about a $1 million reduction in the fund balance rollover from 23 going into 24. So that would put pressure on balancing 24 by that dollar amount when we begin the 24 budget process. And long-term in the general fund, from 24 out to 28, the shortfall goes to $3.110 million, just over $3.1 million from 24 to 28, which is about $2,015,000 more per year than our current proposed tentative budget that we're proposing for Thursday night. The large shortfall of $3.1 million per year would require service reductions, labor and non-labor, to rebalance the general fund starting in 2024. That's the first scenario. Now, the second scenario would be a full rollback in 2023 at the 3.7005 rate, and followed by, in fiscal year '24, we calculated a millage rate equal to the current budget shortfall in our tentative budget, which is $1,095,000. So that revised millage rate is calculated to be 4.2650 in 2024 and out to 2028, slightly more than our current millage rate. This is in attachment 3 of the memo, this scenario. The percent increase in millage rate from the rollback rate of 3.7005 in '23 to the 4.2650 rate would be a 15.3% increase from '23 to '24. It'd be more of an increase than going back to our current millage rate. So those are the two scenarios that we have in the general fund. And also want to mention, as you can see in attachment 3, we've got the same shortfall we have in our tentative budget, and that was kind of the goal of this one, to get us back to where we are in our tentative budget. Finance has a few concerns that I'll mention, and then I'll ask if there's any questions on the general fund. First is we have our labor assumptions in our current '23 budget, and we have our 4% COLA adjustments, but we also have a 4% increase in the general fund and all city funds for our organizational study review and also salary study that's going on right now at the city. Concern here is just that if the results of that come back in the next few months ahead, and the impact in the general fund or citywide is more than 4%, that could put pressure on '23's budget, depending on how we implement that. It could lead to a budget amendment, or if not, it could lead to increased costs in '24 through '28 to implement whatever that plan might end up looking like. The recession we are now in, the second concern is the recession we are in now, or appear to be in. People have different definitions of a recession, but most people think we're heading into some sort of recession in the near future, if we're not already in one. Could be more impactful than a mild recession. And if it is more impactful, we think it's going to be mild, but if it is more impactful than a mild recession, then some of our revenues in the general fund that we currently are projecting could be possibly projecting more revenue than we might get the next few years if that were to happen. And also, there's a general concern with the full rollback at 3.7005 every year. We have a $3.1 million shortfall every year. Just want to mention, we have a concern about our bond rating. We have a bond rating, as you all know, with S&P Global, and our current rating's AA+ with stable outlook, which is a good rating. We never know when rating agencies are going to reach out to us. Sometimes they reach out once a year. Sometimes they reach out every 3 or 4 years. And if they were to reach out to us this year, there is a possibility that they could have concerns about our $3.1 million shortfall from '24 to '28, and our ability to either increase revenue or decrease expenses to reach our target in '24 and also out to '28. That concludes our comments on the general fund. Be happy to answer any questions on that before we move into the CRA fund.
Well, go to the cover the whole thing, because...
Okay, great. For the CRA fund impact, with a full rollback, for the 23 tentative budget, I want to mention where our budget is currently for the CRA fund. It shows a positive fund balance each year and out in 2028. We have an available fund balance reserve of $709,606. That is in attachment 4 in your memo. And so that's our tentative budget. And then we have two rollback scenarios similar to the ones we just discussed in the general fund. The first is scenario 1 for the CRA fund, which is attachment 5, and that's a full rollback at the 7.005 rate, the same rate applied from 24 to 28. The TIF revenue would be reduced in 2023, the 1 year, by $81,967. That's the 1 year impact with a full rollback rate. In this attachment 5 scenario with a full rollback every year, the TIF revenue over the 20 out to 28 would be reduced by $1.1 million in the CRA fund. The available fund balance is reduced to a negative $405,000. compared to a positive $709,606, so that's that $1.1 million reduction in revenue. And the second rollback scenario in the CRA fund is similar to the one for the general fund. It's the full rollback in 2023 to the 3.7005, and then we have our revised millage rate to get back to the same millage rate that we had in the general fund, which is 4.2650. So with that scenario, the available fund balance in the CRA fund out in 28 is actually about $228,000 more than our current tentative budget. It increases the reserve to $938,000, and that's over our current $706,000 in our CRA tentative budget. So our concerns with the CRA are, by doing a full rollback, are similar to the general fund. We have a concern about the ability to come back to go to a 3.705 and then come back the next year and increase the millage rate up to 4.2650 in the last scenario. Concern there would be that the economy has challenges now, but the economy could decline in the next 12 months, and there could be quite a bit of pushback from citizens and others, to raise that rate to 4.2650 during difficult times. The CRA revenue, also another concern is just want to mention that the CRA revenue is projected to reduce in 2025. We know that the counties told us that in 2025 they plan to have their millage rate match our millage rate, and our millage rate is currently 4.1345. If we reduce our millage rate to 3.7005 in future years, then the county would be matching that rate in 2025 and beyond, and that would reduce our funding significantly more in the long range for the CRA fund. Those are the comments on the CRA fund, and the next section is this is information that we shared with Commission a month or so ago. It's just basic information on an example of what the impact is to the residents of Dunedin with a rollback, and then also the impact of our millage staying the same for the Save Our Home residents, which is about 64%. I'll start with, we reached out to the county and the county's county appraiser's office and got information on, what is the average taxable value of a home in Dunedin, and that number happens to be about $176,000. $175,801 is the taxable value, average taxable value. Everyone's different, as we know, but the average is $175,801. And if we take that $175,801 and we apply the rollback rate of 3.7005, that would provide a $77 reduction to the resident or homeowner in 2023 by doing that, about $6.41 a month. If our millage stays at 4.1345 for our Save Our Home residents, which is about 60 to 64% of our residents in Dunedin, we did a calculation to show, how much will their taxes go up in the city of Dunedin by keeping our millage the same. And if we use that same average resident taxable value of $175,801, the increase would be $25.44 per year and about $2.12 per month, to the average resident. So that concludes our general comments. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Can I just ask you, you sort of threw in Save Our Homes. Is that 64% of our homes are Save Our Homes? And so how does that differentiate with the taxable? I mean, it's capped at 3.
Capped at 3, right.
So give me some real,
Yeah, well, as an example, to do that calculation, basically took the average home value and then looked at, the growth can only be 3% in 20, and it happened to be 3% in 2023. So that's how that calculation was done. It basically took, the value is 175 now. It was 3% less than that a year ago, and did the mathematical calculation using the county's numbers to get to that. Right.
But how does that affect the bottom line on what they actually pay? Is that $25?
Yeah, that just means that the average resident would pay, you know, Dunedin's property tax, Dunedin is about 22% of the property tax bill to the citizens in Dunedin. The rest is the county and the schools and others. But for our portion, the 22%, the increase year over year would be $25 per person, per resident, per parcel. And for the residents that are not under Save Our Homes, which would be the other 30% or 26%, their cap is 10%. So they've gone up. They more than likely had 10% increases in 2023, and they'd be a different calculation. But we're focusing on the Save Our Homes in the calculation here.
Thank you.
Okay, so Commissioner Twanga, I'm just going to turn it right to you because you're the person that's brought this forward.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You want questions or
Whatever you want to do.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a conversation, of course, with the Director of Finance, and when I realized that we had this, I didn't see this right away for crazy reasons, doesn't matter why, and then I found out about it and took a look at it. And so basically what I said, well, that's interesting how we did the full blowout for the next 4 or 5 years. And I said, but I'm not I don't even need to look at that because I would not vote for that in a million years. I mean, I don't know that information. I don't want to do that. Because the goal originally was, and I'll tell you what Frank Hibbard says. Frank Hibbard is the mayor of Clearwater, and he said, it would be a little reckless for us with the uncertainties coming for us to continue spending the way that we had thought to do so. And so they're not going to be doing that. He also said that it seems like we should be sharing a little bit of this with the residents. Now, I thought the same thing because the amount of money that we received was about $18.3 million on the Arpa. And we've had concerns for organizations and for people, for our own people, but not all of our own people. And so this was sort of a step in that direction just to show that we care. And it is 1.8 million. And you can look at it however way you want, but if you really want to have a feel of it, go and figure out your own. And you can do that real easy. So you can calculate your own taxes to see what it would what the savings would be for you. Now, Clearwater is going to give a very small amount, okay? Probably even a little bit smaller than our amount from what I gather in the conversation. But nevertheless, they're giving. They're giving some. They're reaching out because, again, the recklessness. Now we just got the CPI numbers today, and it was not favorable. Okay, for this month, for the last month. Okay, it went up. It was not expected to go up, and it went up.
It went down.
I'm sorry?
The CPI went down. It
Oh,
went
no.
from 8.6 to 8.1. I just looked at it this morning. That's going down, right?
I haven't seen it yet.
Did I read it wrong?
I haven't seen it yet.
The CPI was
It was coming
forecasted to be 8.1.
It
went to 8 point. It's 8.3. Went to 8.3.
Okay, but it was 8.6.
It was okay. It was expected to go
So
down,
it's
but not
going-
from the estimate. Okay, from the
Gotcha,
estimate.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, gotcha.
And so at any rate, and we had we had food. Food went up almost 1%. Okay. I don't know what's going to happen. Right now there's fears. There's fears, and I don't want to run anything on fears. I just don't want to be reckless. Okay. I just want to have a concern, and I have a concern for some of our residents. For certain. And so all I was trying to do is to say, hey, look, how about we'll just tithe to you. How about we tithe? Everybody knows tithe. We got 18.3, we'll tithe 10%. That's 1.8 million. Well, that's what this number works out to be, $1.8 million that we're going to be receiving from both funds, for the general fund, ad valorem, and for the CRA. It's $1.8 million. So tithe, okay, we'll tithe. And so I just brought it up in that concept of realizing that I don't want to be reckless in running a company. when I see that something's happening like this. At some point in time, you scream. Now, somebody keeps or people keep saying, well, you know, what do you do, or what happens when your revenue is less than what you thought it would be? It's real easy, and we all know the answer to that. You suddenly earn 10% less, you got to cut back. You got to cut back 10%. You add it back in again next year? No, well, not unless you get 10% more next year, then you can add it back in again. So I don't know what's going to happen next year. I do follow the world. I do follow the countries. I do follow the markets, and I know that we still have a terribly inverted yield curve, which is not a good sign. I do know that we have lots of conversations whether we're in a recession or not. I've gone through recessions and never felt it at all myself personally, and I watched other people suffer during the recession. It just all depends on what side of the street you're on and what boots you're in at that particular time. So we have the potentiality of having a problem here, and all that I was asking for was that we consider a rollback. And I said, let's start off with a full rollback, but not adding it back in again next year. Okay, I don't know what's going to happen next year, so don't even consider that. Just think of it. It's great for planning. Okay, you can do it both ways. We used to do 10%, 10%. Here's where it is, 10% up, 10% down. Now you got 3 budgets. Now you're running 3 budgets for a little while just to see what's going to happen. So when I look at this, I look at it and say, well, you know, we always talk about what's somebody else doing. I don't really care on one side. On the other side, okay, what's the county going to do? County's going to give something to us. County is not going to hold to their current, to last year's rate. Clearwater's not going to hold to last year's rate. So somebody must have a concern. Well, I read what one of the concerns was. Okay, they don't want to be, what was a nice word, reckless? I consider that myself a little bit. I'm concerned. I'm concerned about where we're going. I'm concerned about people freezing in Europe, frankly. I'm concerned about people freezing in England. I'm concerned people freezing in, some people say they may not freeze this year, but they will freeze next year. What about China? It goes on and on and on, and I'm not going to try to forecast all of that. I just want to be a little conservative. Now, we have, most people know that I'm real concerned about our reserves, always, okay? Well, what's a reserve for? When you need to have it, but it's not a huge reserve. We don't have huge reserves, okay? Our reserves are about, what, 6 weeks? Or some number, I've forgotten exactly what that is, but
Pretty close to 6.5, 7 weeks,
yeah, they're not huge, but we have them. And what do you use a reserve for? Well, if something comes and you didn't know it, if something happens and you didn't know it and you have to pay, is that when a hurricane comes? Well, why only 6 weeks for a hurricane? Because you got a FEMA. You got somebody that's going to help back you up. You have letter of credits. It goes on and on and on. In this particular case, really all I was having was a concern for our residents. That we know there's some that are having some issues right now. And those issues, I don't want to go over all of that and bore all of us, but we know, I gave you the example of the lady, a friend of ours who was writing insurances from 36 companies, and now there's only 5. We know about the roof issues, all of that. And now we see these prices continuing to go up. We don't know what's going to happen yet. We still don't know. We haven't, the markets, the interest rate markets has been affected. The other markets, the equity markets, haven't really yet been affected. They don't know what's happening. They don't know whether to go up or down. It's probably going way down today. It's been going up for 4 days. We don't know. I'm rambling, and I'm rambling to make a point. We don't know. So you kind of ramble through this thing. I believe, and I've experienced this in my business experiences. And when we used to be asked, okay, you need $1 million, I need $1 million. Group executive was asked to give $20 million, and he turns around and says to the units, okay, I need $1 million from you. And you give him $1 million. Where'd you get the $1 million from? He doesn't want to know. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. Run your business and be successful. I need $1 million. give me $1 million. So you give them $1 million. And that's just kind of how it works. When you have to cut back. If you either are taking in less revenue, or you want to give, or you're going to spend something, or somebody needs to spend something, they need to get it from someplace. So for me, I only looked at then the one report, and that's where, but then I couldn't look at it very far out because we immediately increased, okay? And I don't mind a city manager asking for that, okay? Just saying, well, let's come back to this. But the realities are, if we really did get hit, are there some things that we don't need to have right now? Yeah, there are some things we don't need to have right now. And something's got to get cut. Where that is right now, I don't think any one of us want to sit here and try to dictate where that is at this point in time. Maybe it's a huge project. I don't know. And we'd have to figure out how we wanted to ask for that. So
John, what do you want to do with the rollback now that you've seen that information?
Well, this information, I just wanted a rollback for this year. That's all I asked for, a full rollback for this year.
Right.
And you cut back whatever you got to cut back.
Well, it'll be canceling.
Yeah, whatever you do. Yeah, I got to buy a Corvette tomorrow, and now I got cut back $20 million.
Right. What I'm saying though is, in order to get back to what we need, we would have to raise the millage rate. What are you asking us to do with this? Now you have a 15-page report. What do you want to do with that information?
With this information, this information isn't what I wanted at all. But okay, so I just forget the outgoing. So, you know what I'm saying? I would want to leave.
So you still want to do a rollback?
I would still want to do a rollback. I think it's important to us to show some of those residents that are, not all residents are hurting. Okay, I'm not saying they are. I certainly do not want to be involved in the person saying, okay, well, I'm going to give you 10 and I'm going to give you nothing, because that's income redistribution. I'm not going to be involved in that. I don't want anything to do with that.
So what I'm asking then is, how do you want to do the rollback? What are we going to cut? Because this is what they've shown you and given you options. What do you want to cut to get there?
Well,
that's the part of the purpose of this memo.
I did not go through what I would want to cut. I did not do that. Okay?
Well, I mean,
I'll do that.
We're voting, I know, but we're voting on our budget on Thursday.
I understand, so I have to decide whether I vote on a budget or not. So I have a problem with that. I said I have a problem with that.
Okay. Even after that whole memo, you still have a problem with it?
Excuse me, what whole memo? This memo has got nothing. Just show me what the number is, and you'll see what you have to cut for this year. And then we come back to the regular rollback, the regular rate for the following year.
So
and maybe we don't. Maybe it gets worse. And maybe we have to cut it back worse, and then we have to cut more things out. But I'm just saying, I would like to at least have the discussion about the rollback. That's what I wanted to do. And then they would have to either make a recommendation, or like you said, and Mayor, you're right. I mean, I could have gone through here and tried to pick things out, but I didn't, of what you would cut back. But something's got to get cut back.
Well, and that's what I asked for. How do we do a rollback? That's what I asked for. And what are the cause and effect of doing a rollback? Sure. Blah, blah, blah. And this is the memo we got. I mean, I guess my...
Well,
I don't want to be a back and forth, but, okay, so maybe some other people can interject on what
all right,
what they're...
just a summary comment.
Sure.
Trust me, it'll be summary. So, if you cut out some number, $1 million out of here, okay, and you're not going to bring it back, it's just going to be gone. Somebody has to either decide that you're not going to eat dinner at night, okay? Or if you're going to eat dinner at night, then something else has to give. And you may have to go to your reserves, your bank, and take out some more money because you're not taking the money in. Because you want to eat dinner. You decided you want to eat dinner, so now you got to go to the bank. And we got a little bank. We got a little bank in reserve.
We don't have that's the point though. If we do a rollback, we've got nothing. And that's the other, I mean, Here's the other piece. The county is able to give a rollback because they have 25 to 28% reserves in their general fund. Clearwater is able to do the same because I think they're almost at 31% reserves.
Okay, so you can't do the reserves, because I keep, in my goals for this year was make sure we have enough reserves.
Which we do, but not with a rollback.
No, you have just the minimum reserves, okay?
Right,
So
but-
when stuff happens like this, you need to have the capacity to reach out. We have a great rating, okay, and that's why you want to have a great rating. If you need to have the monies, you can go and get the monies. So, you and I, we don't need to do that, you're right. So, you said, what do I want to do? Yeah, I would still want to do a rollback. And I'm starting off with a full rollback, because it's real simple. It's just a full rollback. We get no increase, and so something has to give. We give increases to things, something has to give. And I'd be willing to go through the budget with anybody and say, pull that and pull that, but that's not how I'm used to working it, but I'll do it. I would do it.
Okay.
So, Mayor, if I may?
Sure.
We did have a look at what other cities are doing, the county, vis-à-vis the county, and the city of Clearwater. To my knowledge, Clearwater and the county are the only two that are rolling back that I know of. And Clearwater has a millage rate of 5.9350, I think, for $13.4 billion in tax assessed value. Ours is $3.3 billion. Their taxable value increased by 13%, and they have a healthy reserve. So, and I just say this, Commissioner, because I want to frame it, the way, just look at all of these details and compare, apples to apples as far as why they went to the rollback. As far as the 3.7005 for fiscal year 2023, it is doable. It is attainable. It's something that we can do, with those programs. We would have to push those programs either way out, or cancel them. But the only reason, Commissioner, that we did the 3.7005 is that once we adopt a millage rate at our second public hearing, that is our millage rate. Mm-hmm. And that is the millage rate we must use in order to draft the budget. There's no GFOA requirement to do that, but for the fact that we can't assume in the future that, we'll have new faces on the commission, that it will be raised again. So we have to, as we forecast out, and look at our reserve, we have to look at that 3.7005. And so, and then the second scenario that we did was to kind of readjust to the deficit that we have now, and that would be the 4.29 something. So, I just, to your point, the millage rate is, the full rollback is not that much of a hit in 2023 because we're ending the year with a healthy 18%. So, but it was really the outlying years, and what I'm trying to demonstrate as staff to the public in general is that we looked at it, and your concerns were taken into consideration. So, I just wanted to say that, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you. And Mayor, all I meant was it didn't help me, but I understand that. And I said that. I understand why you would do that.
Right. Yeah.
Well, and that's why I asked for it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I just felt like we need to understand how it can be done, if it can be done, and what is the cause and effect by doing it or not doing it. I just felt like it was a more intelligent conversation to have. Commissioner Franny?
So, it's always important to me to give money back to the citizens when it makes sense to do that. I was on staff and fully supported when the commission years ago gave 10%, then they gave 5%, then they gave 10%. It was right after they contracted with the sheriff. They had extra money from the savings and they gave it back. It made sense. And that money was never, replenished in any. I think our millage rate's really never, been as high as it was then. It may be close to that now. I get it. People are hurting. And I think that's always important for us to consider. But, John, I wrote down, and I'm not going to speak to, I am going to call you on one thing.
Yeah.
When you made the comment, next week I was going to buy a Corvette, so now I have less money, I'm not going to buy a Corvette. Well, we're not talking about buying Corvettes. We're talking about...
I took it to the extreme.
Yeah,
so
yeah, right.
It's meaningless.
I got it. But,
Not personal.
my thing is, I want to be balanced. I want to be steady. I want to think the long term about the future of the city of Dunedin. You know, we've done things in the past that are built into our system, including extra exemption for our seniors that we built into our system. So we've tried to always think about that, and that's forever. That stays with them. I mean, our veterans get natural built-in protections forever. So there's a lot of things in there forever. We're giving more money to Dunedin Cares with the food. But, you know, our number one responsibility up here, I think, is to be balanced and steady and think about the future, obviously caring about the citizens. I mean, if we had Clearwater or the county's millage rate, we'd have a great reserve, and I'd be 100% behind what you're saying right now, 100%. But that's not where we are. I mean, I don't want to pay a penalty for having us holding the line on a fairly decent millage when you compare it to others. And now, no, we are right at our reserve, and we do have to think about our future. I mean, I don't know what the future brings, and I don't know how much we might have to cut in the future. I do know we have a lot of expenses down the pike, none the least of which is labor. I just heard that we lost Molly because she's going to make big money in another government. I'm not going to even.
She left a couple of months ago.
Well, whatever. I didn't know it. Because yeah. And I mean, I was stunned by that. We have labor issues that are real. I don't want to lose good people. I want to keep our good people. Our staff have always been the backbone of our city. They deserve that. They deserve the market rate. So, and 60% of our budget is labor? I mean, John, I mean, I get it, but I worry that for an honest give back to our citizens, that we're just going to be torquing them around, because then we're going to be in a crisis of a much bigger piece. And, you know, I mean, we're not reckless. I mean, in my view, we're not recklessly spending. Tell me where we're recklessly spending. I mean, we have a tight budget. We've worked hard on it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if all of a sudden the bottom falls out, we're going to have to do some things that happened in 2009, and that's not a pleasant thought, because I think it would go against everything our citizens want in our surveys. But so to me, the only way to try to maintain a balance is to stay focused on the long term. Because the give back to our citizens would be so, and I don't want to use the word small, because that's in the mind of the beholder. Some people, small means a lot. But I'll tell you, even small, I'm not convinced it gets back to that person, because people that rent here won't necessarily get it back. So I get it. I feel it. I feel what you're feeling, because I know people are struggling. You know, over Labor Day weekend, on Sunday, I started getting hotter and hotter in my house. I'm like, what's wrong? And the air conditioning went, right? And all I could see was like, 10 grand out the window. But you know what? I could deal with it. And all I could think about is the people right now that couldn't. I don't even know. Now, luckily, it was a quick fix, right? But I do worry about that. I get it. But again, I go back to balanced, steady, long-term good of Dunedin. Maybe that'll make sense next year. I don't know. I just think I got to keep my mind on our increased costs, our staffing levels, against what may or may not a small amount of money get back into the hands of the right person when we've built in some extra protections and targeted help for different areas of people. So, that's my comments, but I get it. I get it. I mean, I get it, and I appreciate, quite frankly, that you've forced the discussion. I think it's a healthy discussion of how we're spending taxpayers' money and affecting the lives of people, because that's why we're here.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
John, I do want to say I really appreciate you, because you definitely have an empathy, an understanding of economic vulnerabilities, and a kindness to our residents, because some have more wherewithal than others. We know that. That's part of what makes Dunedin wonderful, I think, is because we're not all, we are a very diverse community. And, but I guess what I'm going to have to say is what I would be most concerned about is an accumulated cause and effect. We take it back and then not knowing about the volatility. Isn't that the word? I think it is.
Volatility?
That's what volubility is speaking. I must have been meaning speaking. Volatility, yes, of course, that's what I
You're
mean.
the vocabulary queen, so we're not going to debate with you too far. You know words. She knows more words than I don't know.
It's keeping talking, so I must have gotten that confused. But, I like stability, and, that's maybe because I love so much about preservation, and, I love stability, and I would be really worried about what we have to push out, what we can't get to, and an accumulated cause and effect if we had to flip into a 4.265 in 2024. I would be very worried about that. And then I think, well, what do we give to our community? Is it purely dollars and cents? And I think we've shown that we do care with our aid to orgs. And people, the services we give in our community, services are part of what we give to each of our residents, really extraordinary services. And I would be really concerned about any denigration of our ability to provide those services.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner?
There's no doubt people are hurting, and there is so much uncertainty. But I look back at the history of what we've done, especially since 2008, and the fact that our staffing levels still aren't up to those levels. Year after year, we continue to do more with less. Our target level as far as reserves are at the minimum. They're at 15%. So we run a very, very tight, smart ship. I think it's incumbent upon us not just to look at the impact in 2023, but to look at those outlying years to figure out a decision today, what is that impact 4 years from now? At least that's the way I look at every vote that I make, whether it's budget-oriented or anything. It's I want to be able to look back 30 years from now and be able to say, yes, I still like that vote I made. And I cringe at the day when it's the wrong vote. It's like, I made that wrong decision. I think the millage rates play a role. We are the third lowest millage rate in the county. I look at those other communities that might be considering a rollback and looking at their reserve levels. And if I'm a resident in those counties, my thought is, why did it take these inflationary pressures or reasons? If you're too fat, then give me my money now. And so it's incumbent upon us to always run that thin margin, to always use what we need to use. And because of that, the uncertainty that's not only is it happening now, but in those outlying years to come, we just don't know. Those are also unknowns to us. So a lot of those impacts on the residents also happening to us. I think we benefit from maintaining that reserve level and that AAA plus bond rating. I think that's what makes us good leaders, is to have those things. And to negatively have those possibly impacted, we don't know. Then all of a sudden, that financially ends up hurting us, which hurts the residents. So the fact that we are where we are, I think the better approach is, at least for this year, to maintain where we are, and so that in case it does get worse, then we still have some of that gunpowder dry that we can then assist the residents if we really, really need to. I know it's not for this platform maybe, but the idea that giving our residents fish to feed them for a day as opposed to teaching them to fish. You guys, I'm going to drive you crazy, but I just look at our transportation. And our roads are built to force people into a car payment, monthly maintenance, insurance. And so if we were to become multimodal, more equitable in our transportation, that would be more money in their pocket every day. And we're not just talking about $25 a year. We're talking hundreds of dollars a month back in their pockets and what they would be doing with that. If we're going to cut any projects or anything going forward, whether we reduce that millage rate or not, we should be focusing more on what is truly, if we really care about our residents, and the goal is to put as much money back in their pocket as possible. Those are some of the projects we should be looking at, is how can we make them more sustainable? That's why I think solar is so important. If we can get anybody away from those other sources of energy and power and just put more money back in their pocket, the more wealth we'll have in our community, the more sustainable our community will be. And so right now, this year for this budget cycle, I think we're just too thin. We are right where we need to be. And the goal should be to maintain that reserve. I know for a number of years, we've been trying to get to 18%. We're finally here, thanks to Arpa. But we'll end up losing that in the next couple of years probably. And so the idea is to manage that 15%. And I think that's the best thing we can do for the residents in the community.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I'll just go back. I asked for this because there's a philosophical question. Do we want to do a rollback? I think philosophically we could all say, of course, we want to help our residents, right? But then there is the actual leadership component that we need to do in order to look at cause and effect. And so I knew the conversation might come up again, and I wanted to have the cause and effect. I just felt like we shouldn't have the dialogue without it. And
Which was good. I'm glad you asked for the information. It was very,
This has been a wonderful conversation.
No, it's good.
Not to interrupt, Mayor, sorry.
No, it's all right. So, I do think I think you bring up a good point. We run a tight ship. We are running a tight ship as far as our reserve levels. But let me tell you why I think that's okay. 2 reasons. If we had a storm, I'm not talking about a financial situation, but, a storm which ultimately becomes a financial situation. Any of those kinds of things, pandemic, whatever, we can take reserves out of any fund we need to cover what we need, okay? So when we're just at 15%, we have 25 and 30% over here in a giant utility fund if we had to use it, that's available to us. So I don't worry about us being on the cusp like that, but I will say that, again, when we did a rollback, and when Dave and I were successful in doing it, it's when we had like over 20% reserves, and it might have been as high as 25. I can't remember the exact, because we felt, why are we hanging on to somebody's money, right? That's their money. Which is why I like us keeping
That's how
the
they
tight
felt after
ship.
the big savings of the
Yeah.
sheriff. They felt like, no, there's money the citizens deserve to get this back.
Right. And again, with Clearwater and the county, they have huge reserve pots that they can do this with. Well, why have they been hanging on to all that money? Why isn't it in some fund to do something with? That's my money. I want it back. You're darn right I do. Why are they hanging on to it for years and years? And that's the way we looked at it. Now we don't have that huge thing with the reserves. I mean, sometimes we're at 14, sometimes we're at 18. Good with that. That is being lean and mean and showing good leadership and being smart to only take as much as we need to do the job that's expected of us. That's what that says to me. So I'm okay with that piece of it. The credit rating issue is extremely problematic given the fact that we're We already have, and I'll call it penny projects, which generally aren't affected too much by property tax. Plan for financing. I mean, that is extremely concerning to me. Any projects we move out, it's not moving out, it's canceling them. It's because, especially if that millage stays at 3.7. It's canceling, and it's canceling a whole boatload of things that we have spent years talking about and developing and had public input sessions. There's nothing in our budget that isn't more or less approved by what the residents have wanted. So, I'd have a hard time with canceling all of that. The CRA being hurt significantly. Bob's already worried about the CRA before we even talk about a millage reduction. And, we don't know what's going to happen with that. We think they're going to do a 50-50 match. What if they don't? What if they say, yep, hit the road, you look beautiful, if you want to keep putting your money there, go ahead. I am also concerned about taking care of our employees. We have never been able to catch up since the recession of 08, 09 and on. And I'm not walking away from that one. You couldn't pay me money to walk away from that. That is extremely important. Even if we can't fill all our positions, we need to keep people from leaving. Because service won't be the issue. It'll be just getting the job done will be the issue.
Well, it is.
Yeah,
Directly service.
yes,
because
it
you
is.
can't get anybody that wants
So
to be that employee.
I'm not taking a
choice.
chance on that. And I don't know what our costs are going to be next year. We don't know what our costs are going to be. Again, I do think it's a mild recession. That's my gut. But I'm not, saying that for sure. Who the hell knew we were going to have a pandemic, for Christ's sake? So, I never say never, but I feel like we got to see what happens over the next year. I think consistency is important. We don't need to keep more of the residents' money than we should have, and we shouldn't keep less for a feel-good thing, because that's what it is. It's going to hurt us more than help. And I think we can help in other ways. I also think we have helped in other ways, as everybody else has stated. The minimal impact will be on the longtime residents that have been here and had their homestead exemption forever, right? So who are we helping?
Them.
Not really. No, because they only get a 3% increase anyway. That's my point. The people that are going to get the people that are not homesteaded. Those are the people that are going to get the biggest gain. The people that are renting, the people that just moved here. Now, do I have anything against any of them? No, not at all. I mean, you're going to have a balance of housing. But for the amount of money that we're talking about versus lose our double or AAA credit rating?
No, you don't lose your double, triple.
Well, that's what this memo says.
It's not a given that we would lose it, it's a concern.
But you're saying it's a concern.
Yes.
If you follow this, shortly, I didn't even read it.
Well, if you didn't read it, then I don't think you can comment it on it
Well, you sure
intelligently.
can. You would never do that. You'd never keep that spending level like that.
Okay.
Right?
Well.
Would you? Nobody would.
Okay. I wish you would have read it then. I really do, because a lot of work went into it. That's disappointing to hear.
Disappointing that we got it. How about that? I didn't need that. Well, I wouldn't vote for that. I wouldn't want anything to do with that. Nobody would vote for that.
Well, I don't exactly know which one you're talking about, because they
Well,
gave us a
the-
bunch of scenarios.
There's two scenarios that were given, okay? So I looked at the second scenario, but the first scenario was a scenario of a 3.7 for the next 4 years or 5 years. That might be our reality, and then you'd really have to cut back if you had to do that, but that's not the reality at this point.
Okay. Well, anyway, I don't think it's prudent financially to have these big waves of ups and downs. I think when you end up having them, it's problematic for everyone. It causes anxiety. We've spent a lot of time talking this year in budget meetings about the projects that we wanted to do that almost everyone has agreed to. I mean, we've had all year to talk about what we'd want to cancel, and so for me, it's just too close. We're done. We've all decided. There's a majority vote, and you know, I think it's important to all of us to just look at the future of our own organization, which is what we are here and responsible for. And that organization is not just a budget book. It's 370-some, 80-some people that we're responsible for. And their costs aren't going down either. So I think it just all has to be taken in perspective. I want to thank you guys for putting it together. Really, I do. Thank you very much.
If I could say something.
Sure.
You know, whatever.
Bless you.
Whatever the outcome of this discussion and our discussion on the millage rate, which we have on Thursday, I think we do have to be honest that this is not the first time he's brought this up.
No.
So, I mean, you know,
Not the first time you brought it up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right, which is why I asked for the memo.
thank you.
but, I mean, to be fair, we have to be fair.
Mhm.
It's not like, it was like, you know, oh, I thought of this 2 days ago or a week ago. I mean, that has been his stance. So I think we all have to be fair to each other, whatever our own opinions are on a particular issue.
I agree. Anything else? Okay. We went an hour over. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Les. Thank you, Ashley. I think we have to remind ourselves that it does require a supermajority vote
That's correct.
for the budget to pass.
Correct.
So. What happens if it doesn't pass, as we don't have Nikki here?
Well, Nikki actually whispered in my ear before she left that the city commission, because on the, you adopted it on trim notice, you can go below it but not above it. And so if it were not to pass, we'd have to schedule another meeting and recast the budget. So, you know, if you were to vote on at the first public hearing of a millage rate of less than 4.1345, that would be okay on Thursday. But we would have to not sleep for the next week and get it done.
I honestly, I don't know why we're going here.
I'm just
I don't have any
asking-
reason to think that it's not going to pass. So I just think we
I'm
don't need to
just
go down a
asking.
rabbit hole.
I'm just asking to know.
Yeah,
I want to make sure everybody knows we've got to have a supermajority.
I think everybody knows that.
You're our
Okay.
financial person.
I have to find it.
21,500.
All right.
Are we done, or are we
I think we're
getting
adjourned.
commissioned?
No, I'm not going to go down that. I'm brain dead.
So are
Okay,
we
but-
adjourned?
No, I'm fine with that. I'm 100% fine, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention that 50% of the time, we don't do our ending things, and sometimes there are important things that we bring up. I'm fine with
We
doing it
can do
today.
it on Thursday.
Yeah, that's fine, but
Because
sometimes.
I think we'll have enough
you know,
time.
It's okay. I just think it's
Okay.
important to.
Now, shall I stand up?